could say hello, just so we make sure your sound's working.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. If the Corys could say hello, please.
Good morning.
And the chief already said hello, right? I don't see
Good morning.
anymore.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Okay. Good morning.
Danny, Mr. Pucci hasn't greeted. We haven't greeted Mr. Pucci. Good morning, Mr. Pucci.
Good morning. That may have been purposeful. I don't know.
No, I'll
I'm
just
sure-
tell you that I'm scrolling to see who's here, and
I'm sure it
I didn't
wasn't.
see him.
I'm sure it wasn't purposeful.
YouTube is working.
Thank you, Andy. Danny, we can take it away. I'm gonna relinquish my speaking role.
Sure, we'll do. Now, Mr. Reich, is Mr. Ferry here today?
Mr. Ferry will be here a little later. I'm not sure if he's going to be doing any cross, but he's certainly not going to do any of this morning. He has some existing obligations at the school. Yep.
Okay. And I see Mr. Broderick. Would you just say hello?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you. And let me go to this other screen. The Stevens are here. Would you say hello, please?
Hello.
Okay, very good. How was the mock trial, Mr. Pucci?
I very much appreciate that accommodation. I was able to do everything on my list today.
All right. Well,
now I have to do this one. This is the biggest one. But thank you again for that accommodation. It's greatly appreciated. There's not much. Well, let's just put it this way. When I can volunteer and try to do something good for the community, I try to do it. And I appreciate the accommodation again. Thank you.
all right. Well, you're most welcome. And you represented the bar well by showing up to that. We will get started. I did intend to
I just want to mention, I'm not sure if we will get started is on the record. It's up to you. I just didn't know.
Let's do it on the record. Yeah, that's good. I had intended to issue a ruling on the motions. I had technical difficulties that locked me out of my computer beginning yesterday. But I have just regained access to the state's computer system. So I will say that I am going to deny the motions. So they're the motion from the non-town interveners that pertains to essentially 3 sets of information requests. And then there's also the motion from the town that concerns 1 information request. I will be issuing that ruling after the hearing so that you can see my reasons for the decision, but I want to just announce that that's what I am planning to do. And so I'm not anticipating that the company will be producing those documents that were requested, and the testimony will not depend upon the production of those documents. Mr. Pucci on Wednesday revived his motion to strike. Mr. Pucci, I would like you to put that revival of the motion in writing and explain your reasons for it. And I know it has to do with the differences between the 2 different versions of Table 6.2.
I mean, I may withdraw it. I haven't had a chance to review the transcript. What my concern was, it still is, frankly, because I asked specifically, how do we trust that this ultimate document was the document that was in the original document? And I got basically take my word for it. And then miraculously later, when I actually compared it, it wasn't the same. So that was very shocking to me at the time. If I came off a little strong, that was the reason for it. It was very surprising to me. So I may withdraw the motion when I look exactly what the testimony was. And, I still would hope against hope that that's really the situation now, that the way we leave it, no matter how, the transcript ended up, that if in fact that original document in the original redacted report is exactly the same as the ultimate document that was produced to me, earlier this week, that I would assume, a duty of good faith and fair dealing, that the company would look at that and, make sure that in fact there are no other documents floating out there or changes in it that came from any version of it. So it may well be that I withdraw that motion, depending on, when I look at the record, what it says.
Okay.
Because I still have that same concern that how do we, it's like a chain of custody issue. How do we know today, other than your word for it, that this is the original document that, your opinion was based on? I think it's a real issue when you see different versions of it being produced. So I appreciate that. But again, to preview it, the punchline is I may well withdraw that motion and not file something with you.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Gallagher, if I might, so I haven't had a chance to look back at my motions to compel to see which ones you denied, but I want to, state my objection without seeing your opinion, obviously, to the ruling, and reserve all rights with respect to my objection.
Absolutely, and that's understood.
In the middle.
So we will get started. The board may have some follow-up questions, but we'd actually like to ask the town to begin the cross-examination of the safety witness, followed by the non-town interveners, and then the board staff may possibly have questions after that. Mr. Pucci, are you ready?
Happy to do that. Yeah, if you could just give me a moment.
We also have Mr. Anderson here. I don't know if people had additional questions for him.
I do. Mr. Reich.
Well, I do wonder. Let me just confer with my team briefly.
Off the record.
Off the record is fine, but I'm just going to confer offline. Thank you. Back on the record. Mr. Pucci, would it work for you if we actually address questions to Mr. Anderson first?
Certainly, and I'm ready to go whenever you're ready for me.
And Mr. Kaplan, I assume that would be your preference?
Sure.
Let's do that. So, Mr. Pucci, please begin with further questions you may have to Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I have no questions for Mr. Anderson.
Okay.
I thought you meant the fire safety expert. I'm ready to go with him. Yep.
I understand. I thought it might make sense actually to begin with Mr. Anderson, and I believe that Mr. Reich does have additional questions
Right.
for Mr. Anderson. So if you don't have any objection, Mr. Pucci.
I don't. Yeah, and I have nothing more for Mr. Anderson. I'm good. Thank you.
Understood. So, Mr. Reich, if you would please, are you prepared to ask questions of Mr. Anderson?
Well, yes, with this caveat, I asked in Wednesday's testimony, I asked the company to produce several things. One was the pre-hearing testimony of Mr. Anderson, which they produced yesterday afternoon, despite the fact that somebody from that company has been listed as a witness since March 15th of 2025. We just got his pre-filed testimony. Not exactly detailed, but we just got it yesterday. And as to the issues that I had asked one question, which was in response, I'll have to get out my information request, but in response to either my or the town's information request, there was a question about, I can pull it up. It was Oak 157, provide a swept path analysis for the largest delivery vehicle, demonstrating that all turns into and out of the site can be completed without encroachment onto 360 Coldbrook Road or any other private property. And I specifically asked that question, repeated that question, because they had not provided any swept path analysis prior to their testimony, or certainly prior to his first testimony, as to any swept analysis. They said they had one prepared for turns made inside their own site, but not from Coldbrook Road. They have since produced swept analysis for turns from Coldbrook Road onto their property, but they have not yet or ever provided an analysis of turns out of the site, that is, from their site onto Coldbrook Road. So I thought it was perfectly clear when I asked them those questions that they would provide, the exit as well as the entrance. They've not done that.
So is that your main concern, that they did not provide swept path analysis for the exit from the property?
Well, that's one concern. The other thing that we went over is that Mr. Anderson testified that his engineers had actually visited the site. I asked if they had written up anything, and he said, yes, they had written a report. I asked that be produced. I thought I had an agreement by the company that they would produce it. But again, I've not seen that report unless it somehow slipped through my email, but I haven't seen it.
I think it slipped through your email, Mr. Reich. It was sent yesterday.
Could you, all right. So was that filed with the docket? Because I didn't see either.
It was. Do you have that?
I'll find it. He was 1600 yesterday.
Around 3.
Around 4.
Okay. It was sent around 4 p.m. yesterday.
Okay, well,
I can forward you the email.
why don't you do that, please? All right. So, Mr. Kelleher, so I can certainly proceed with the examination, but I want a chance to look at that report, obviously. And I can do that at a short break, I would hope.
Okay. But let me just, I want to clarify. You're concerned about the lack of exit analysis.
Yes.
You were concerned about the report, but the company's indicated that that was produced yesterday.
Right.
And you need to look at it. You had some concern that the pre-hearing testimony of Mr. Anderson wasn't produced until yesterday. Do you still have a concern about that? Is that something that you're bringing to my attention?
I'm definitely bringing it to your attention because I think it's endemic of a lot of what the company has done in this proceeding is that they have not at all.
I'm going to cut you off, Mr. Rice, because I really want to deal with one issue at a time.
All right. Yes, that is an objection.
Present a problem? Does it present a problem for you that his testimony wasn't produced until yesterday? And
Absolutely.
If so, what is the problem?
The problem is that instead of having to guess as to what his testimony would be, which I didn't have to do with all of his other experts because they had actually expert reports, I had nothing but the swept analysis, the incomplete swept analysis, and I had nothing about his planned testimony. And under the rules, that should have been produced months ago. So yes, I have an objection. I just think they're flouting the rules about in this proceeding.
Yeah, but I'm really looking to whether there was any prejudice. The testimony that was produced is limited. Yeah. Was there anything in it that surprised you?
What surprised me was you're talking about the pre-filed testimony?
I'm talking about the pre-filed testimony that was submitted yesterday related to Mr. Anderson.
What surprised me was the absolute lack of detail. Yes. And understand that,
how does that lack of detail compare to the other pre-filed testimony that we saw from the other witnesses? I mean, say with Mr. Morris's testimony, it seemed like it was a similar level of detail.
Well, that's also a problem. The problem is that they did submit some expert reports. They submitted an environmental report, they submitted a noise report, they submitted other things that went into great detail. They were expert reports, the kind of reports one is accustomed to seeing. With these two witnesses, they only provided a very skeletal summary of what they would testify to. And with respect to, Mr. Anderson, it was basically, he'll talk about engineering issues at the site. So for all of these witnesses for which there was no testimony, we've had to basically prepare based on what we think they were going to testify to. It's not the way this process should work.
Okay. Well, thank you for that background. I will give Mr. Kaplan a chance to respond, but then I think it would be appropriate for us to proceed with questioning, and you could ask whatever questions you have of Mr. Anderson. Mr. Kaplan, is there anything you need to say to respond?
Sure. We did direct with Mr. Anderson on the first day he was here. We produced him as a witness every single time Mr. Reich asked for him. Mr. Reich has asked at least 4 hours of questions of Mr. Anderson. He's asked questions about documents that Mr. Anderson produced. I mean, I don't really think there's any prejudice in the fact that pre-filed testimony, typically all the pre-filed testimony, or often the pre-filed testimony that gets submitted to the EFSB provides educational background, provides name, title, position at the company, and what they'll be testifying on. And that was in the pre-filed testimony. And Mr. Reich has had ample opportunity. He hasn't had to guess at anything. He's been asking pretty direct questions on documents that he has that have been submitted. So that would be my response.
Okay, so I'm just taking all that as background and would ask Mr. Reich to proceed with his cross-examination, please.
Happy to. Let me just grab a cup of water. Hold on. All right, Mr. Anderson, we're going to revisit the swept diagram that we had on the board when we ended your testimony last Wednesday. So could I ask Mr. Keller, could we have that swept diagram? There were 4 of them, but so we could put up number 3 of that set of 4 diagrams. We put that up on the screen.
So I expect Mr. Chang will be doing that. No problem.
Okay.
Give me just a moment.
Excuse me.
Okay, I didn't have that file open yet, but folder, but I'll get to it.
Okay.
And I believe, Mr. Reich, you asked for the 3rd image?
Sorry.
We're on the 3rd image.
Let's see if I can make that much bigger.
Where would you like me to zoom in?
So let's zoom it let's zoom it right down to the Cold Brick Road entrance, which is right where that rectangular box is. Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Anderson, I have a couple background questions. We were talking about the swept analysis and what it showed in terms of these lines on the drawing. So I'm a little confused as to, I see a line that appears to be the one part of Coldbrook Road, but I don't see the entirety of Coldbrook Road. That is, I don't see, it would be, I guess, if this truck is turning left, it would be the left-hand side of Coldbrook Road. I don't see that on the map, but and if something to tell me, please.
Both the left and the right side of Coldbrook Road are presented on the image. The left side of the road, if you see the L-3 label.
Yes.
The very rightmost part of the number 3 effectively
Yes.
touches the left pavement line of Coldbrook Road.
All right. And what about the other side of Coldbrook Road?
It is on the opposite side of the vehicle clearance envelopes that we discussed at the last hearing. So if you continue along, so if you use that leftmost pavement line as a starting point and you move across the screen, we've got 2 lines to the right of that indicate the wheelbase line and the overhang envelope line. And then we continue moving right on the plan, get to the other side of the truck. We again have those same 2 lines for the other side of the truck. And then the next line over is the right pavement line for Coldbrook Road.
So why don't we have Mr. Chang put his cursor where he thinks you're talking about, and then we can identify it.
Yes, that is the right, that is the, excuse me, the right pavement line of Coldbrook Road at the driveway entrance.
Okay. All right, so I'm still confused. Does that line continue? Does the Coldbrook Road line continue, down, let's say, going south towards the bottom of this map as opposed to going into the driveway?
That line indicates the extent of pavements, so it shows where the roadway merges with the driveway. It's not the property line, it's the pavement line. So those lines were what was surveyed as edge of pavement. So you're seeing where Coldbrook Road turns into the driveway, as is being followed by the cursor on the right side. And then on the other side of the driveway, appreciate you following that, that's great. Yeah, that line then follows, again, the edge of pavement out of the driveway and then returns out to Coldbrook Road. And then the Coldbrook Road pavement continues on to the south.
Okay. All right. So you didn't show the pavement of Coldbrook Road as it crosses that swept line that you have on your diagram. Am I correct?
We didn't, that wouldn't be a normal practice to try to connect the dots, so to say, across the driveway. We just showed the edge of pavement.
All right, just trying to clarify. All right, thank you. Have you seen some pictures that Mr. Stevens, my client, took of him on Coldbrook Road, opposite the entrance, and standing next to a snowbank and some trees?
Yes, I've seen those photos.
All right. Mr. Chang, I could try to put that up, but if you could find it, that would be probably better given my technological limitations.
Yeah, I can find it. Give me a second here.
It was one of 2 photos that we that were our most recent filings on behalf of the interveners.
Yes. I
Right,
can
so why don't
find
you
that.
try it and I'll tell you if it's the right one. Please. Let's see. Can you, yeah, if you could, correct. Okay, that's it. All right. Mr. Anderson, do you see this photo now on the screen?
I do.
Okay, and I don't know if you've met him, but that's Mr. Stevens on the right-hand side of the road, and that is Colebrook Road. And there's a stand of trees to Mr. Stevens's left. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay. And I know you have not been out to the site, but your engineers have. So I will represent, and your engineers, I would hope, would confirm that the partially snow-covered embankment in both in front of Mr. Stevens and behind Mr. Stevens that's covering a wall made of brick and earthen material. Steel or iron and earthen material. Would you?
Understood.
Okay, fine. And then if we go across the road, you'll see a lightish telephone pole, and in the background is a darker telephone pole. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay. And I know it's a little hard to tell from the photo, but I'll represent to you that those are on either side of the entranceway to the site property. Would you agree?
I'm not sure that's accurate. I believe the driveway is closer to where the gentleman is standing from that sign, as opposed to further beyond that sign.
Yeah, that is not my understanding. My understanding is that the telephone poles are on either side of the entranceway. So
I'm sure there are telephone poles on either side, but I don't believe the two poles represented in this image are on either side of the driveway. I believe both of those are south of the driveway.
All right, so all right, that's your testimony. So we'll return to that. So
Excuse me, this is
Yeah.
Mr. Benito from the company. I can attest to the fact that what we're seeing on this picture, the driveway is in fact north of the sign that's being shown there, whereas the utility poles that Mr. Reich is identifying is to the south of that sign, to the south of the entrance of the driveway. So just to be clear, the driveway into the subject parcel is in front of that sign, directly behind his client in this photo.
you mean directly behind you mean on the other side of the street?
I mean, the entrance to the subject parcel property is in front of the sign, not behind the sign, as you have indicated.
All right, so that's your testimony. So in that telephone pole where is that in relation to the entranceway?
That is south of the driveway.
South, and so on this photo, would that be toward the bottom of the photo? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, this picture is taken facing south.
Okay. Fine. So, Mr. Anderson, I know you've not done a swept analysis of the exit from this property, from the site. But would you agree that if a WB-67 truck, which you testified would be in the range of 70 feet in total length, if that truck was trying to make a right turn out of the driveway, so that would mean it would be coming down toward the bottom of the picture. Am I correct? If it's making a right-hand turn?
If the
Excuse
vehicle
me.
was,
If we can pause a second, I believe our hearing officer was dropped.
Oh,
So
that's not a good thing.
yeah, and while we're doing that, I found both photos, so I'll put both of them up.
Or have you put up the second photo?
Yes, I did.
Sorry, I fell out for a moment.
Okay.
We are on the record, and I'm back.
You missed a lot of wonderful testimony, Mr.
I trust it was a matter of putting up documents. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chang,
So
on
just tell me
my-
formally when we're back on, because obviously
Sure.
when he wasn't here, we were off.
Yes.
Okay. I will tell you formally, but we're ready to go back on, right, Mr. Reich? On the
Yes.
record? Okay.
Yes.
On the record.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Anderson, if the truck was trying to make a right-hand turn, the WB 67, sorry, trailer was trying to make a right-hand turn out of the driveway, that is exiting the site driveway. Isn't it true that in making that turn, it would have to make a rather large circle that would have it going into the, well, on this picture, on the right lane of Colebrook Road, as we're facing Colebrook Road?
as I'm not sure about the characterization of it being a circle, but I'll try to explain its movement. So as the vehicle exits the driveway and turns right, that would be turning north, so coming towards the camera in these photos. The vehicle would take up most of the paved width of Colebrook Road as it makes that maneuver and continues its path north. It would not extend beyond the extents of the pavement, in my judgment, based on our subpath analyses. But yes, it would take up most of the width of the pavement in making that maneuver.
All right. So I think you or Mr. maybe Kaplan on your behalf testified that you've not done a swept path analysis for the exit that we just talked about from the site onto Colebrook Road. Is that correct?
We have performed a swept path of the vehicle turning into the site. Vehicle exiting the site would be, in my professional judgment, largely able to make the exact same or very substantially similar movement as what's indicated, particularly given that the entrance movement indicated in the swept path analysis for the vehicle turning into the site was not bumping right up to the edge of the pavement. There's a little bit of extra clearance there. So in my judgment, that analysis is adequate for assessing the movements. To your point, we have not done a separate analysis of the vehicle moving out, but I've done, as I've testified, many of these analyses. And in my judgment, what we've done is adequate to confirm that that vehicle can make movements throughout this area, staying within the paved area of the that's indicated on our plans there for Colebrook Road and the driveway.
Well, you testified, and I don't know which day this was, you testified previously that a vehicle of that size could not make a right-hand turn into the property.
Correct.
Because it would have to encroach on neighboring properties.
Correct.
Correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're making, if the vehicle were trying to make a left-hand turn, so we're still on the same diagram, same picture here, trying to make a left-hand turn, which is what you said is the only, feasible turn coming into the driveway. If the vehicle is coming up this road that is coming in the direction of Mr. Stevens, does it have to go to the left lane to make that turn, or does it have to be in the far extent of the right lane to make that turn?
So just so I understand the question, you're asking if a vehicle is leaving the site.
No. Entering
the site.
Yeah.
And turning into the driveway.
Correct.
In that case, it will need to, the vehicle will need to move to the right side of the street, effectively where the gentleman in the picture is standing, in order to sweep around and make that turn into the driveway.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. And if it was, so let's go back to the exit scenario. On the exit scenario, coming out and making a right turn, wouldn't the vehicle have to get to the extreme, in this picture, right lane of the road to make that kind of a turn?
Yes, it would travel a very similar path as it would on the way in.
And isn't there a risk that it either would bump up against the rock or the stone, the iron and stone earthen wall, or these trees? And if not that, if it made a more sharp turn out of the driveway, it might hit the telephone pole. Isn't that true? Well, let's break it down. If it's going to have to go, the vehicle would have to go pretty far across the road in order to make a right turn out of the driveway. Is that correct?
The vehicle will take up the bulk of the road as it makes the turn in or out of the driveway.
All right.
I'm not disputing that.
Right.
In terms of as the vehicle exits the site, would it collide with either the trees or the walls indicated in the photos on the screen? In my judgment, based on our analysis, no.
Okay. And but it's going to end up in the, so where Mr. Stevens is standing is pretty much the end of the paved portion of the road. Would you agree that it would end up, in making that turn, it would end up very close to what now looks like a snowbank, but it is actually the covered wall? It'll be within, well, how close is it going to get to make that kind of a turn, a right turn out of the driveway?
It'll be close, probably on the order of within a couple of feet.
Okay. So isn't it true that depending on the skill of the driver, weather conditions, and other conditions, that if you're talking without a swept analysis, you're talking about being 2 feet from the end of the road, side of the roadway, there is a risk that truck could actually bump up against the wall and or the trees?
I don't see a risk. What's not shown well in these images is that there's actually a lot of space within the project parcel area on the left side of the images here, which provides a lot of extra space for a vehicle to make the maneuver. We found that there was plenty of extra clearance beyond what's physically required for these vehicles to make these turns. And I don't have a concern with a driver's ability to operate a WB67 in and out of this driveway without colliding with the features like the walls indicated on those photos.
And what about the telephone pole?
Certainly not the telephone pole. That is well south of the driveway. They would hit their own sign on their way out before they hit the telephone pole.
All right, but you've not actually visited the site, am I true? Am I correct?
As I've testified, and as is standard practice in my industry, I oversee a team of professional engineers and civil engineers who have visited the site under my direct supervision and have communicated their observations to me. I've seen their site visit report, which I believe you have now. I've discussed this project with them from its conception through to its current state, and have done industry standard quality control checks throughout the process. I've directly been involved with overseeing the swept path analysis and providing both technical guidance and quality control guidance to my team throughout the process.
All right. So if we take a break, I'll look at that report and we'll get back, return to that question. That set of questions. Let me ask you a different question. And now I want to, Mr. Chang, I think you can remove those pictures at this point and put up the swept path analysis, I believe number 3, the one that was up before. Okay. Can you go up? Go up on the screen. No, now you're going down. Well, just go on the screen until you get to the extent of the swept path analysis path of the truck coming up the driveway. So.
Did you say coming up or coming off the driveway?
Up. What I'm looking for, Mr. Chang, and maybe Mr. Anderson can help you. I'm looking for the point at which there's an encroachment of the driveway onto the Stevens's property. If you can get the right point, then Mr. Anderson can help us see that.
I believe you're not referring to the area in red, but referring to the area kind of at the lowest point of the driveway, close to where the cursor is now, just to the right of where the cursor is now. Is that correct?
Yes. So just point out where, just testify as to where the encroachment actually is with relationship to this diagram.
Yeah, so just south of where the cursor is currently shown on the screen, plan south here. Yes, right where the cursor is pointing to right now is the edge of pavement based on the survey that was performed at the site. So that lighter line there, which the cursor rests upon, is the, to our understanding, based on the survey, the edge of existing pavement. The darker line just below it is the property line. So that area between the dark line and that light line may represent an area of pavement for the existing roadway that it would be what you're referring to.
All right. So the lighter line, let's see if we can, is there any way to have a dimensional notation or something so that the record will actually reflect what the cursor is pointing to? Is it more or less between the dotted line that has 1010 and the dotted line that has 1000?
I believe if we zoom out again, there is a leader pointing to and calling out existing pavement extents, which points to that lighter line, just not at this exact location. If you want to refer to that. And then the darker line includes what we call northing and eastings, where it says...
I'm sorry, it includes what?
Northing and easting coordinates.
And where are those?
Just to, you see where it says lot 2? Where the cursor is?
Right now I've lost the cursor. Mr. Chang, can you place the cursor where he's indicating?
Well, in the driveway, just left of the area we were just discussing, there's a large label which says Lot 2, right in the middle of the driveway.
that.
Do you see that?
Yes, yes,
And just north of that, there's a series of letters and numbers.
yes.
I believe it reads MS67 and so on. That is referred to as a northing and easting coordinate. So the property line is labeled with that northing and easting coordinate. So if you'd like the record to refer, you could use that. I don't have the ability to mark up the plan because we are not sharing the screen here.
Why don't you just testify into the record that particular marking, the MS number?
So for the record, the northing and easting, which is located on the property bounds, reads M:S 67 degrees, 35 minutes, 59 seconds east, with a length of 404.85 feet.
All right. So, and that is the property line of the Stevens property, am I correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then, so let's go back down that dark line to get to the point where you were showing the encroachment. So is there any way to identify that encroachment area by any kind of a number or anything?
I can narratively describe it, if that's helpful.
Yeah, go ahead.
The area between the property line we just defined and the line called out as existing pavement extents on this sketch represents the potential area of the existing driveway pavement outside of the project's parcel.
All right. So this may be a question for Mr. Benito, if I might, Mr. Kelleher, because I think he would have the answer to this rather than Mr. Anderson, but I'll allow either to answer. So is there an easement between the owner of this, what we call the site parcel, and anyone for that encroachment?
This is Mr. Benito from the company. No, there is not. The company acknowledges that this existing pavement is showing a minor encroachment upon your client's property. However, as we learned last week with existing driveways, these things can happen and do happen. And we as a company would be happy to meet with your client to collaborate on a way forward to ensure that his driveway is properly identified on the set plan, as well as this area here, to ensure that where these minor encroachments are happening, we could work that out between us.
So when you say work that out, do you mean that you would offer an easement to Mr. Stevens and then work out some arrangements for how that would be papered and paid for?
Yes, sir. As I just testified, the company is happy to meet with your client to ensure that his existing driveway and our existing driveway are able to coincide properly for this project to move forward.
All right. I believe you testified earlier that the company has no plans, Mr. Benito, that is, has no plans to expand the existing driveway that goes from Coldbrook Road onto your site property. Is that correct?
That's correct. As Mr. Anderson has testified and as shown on this plan we're looking at, this encroachment represents a historic or legacy encroachment associated with the existing paved driveway on the subject parcel.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question is, do you intend to fix the driveway so that it doesn't, so we have this encroachment?
Mr. Reich, as I just testified, I in my company are happy to meet with your client to discuss this minor encroachment.
Yeah, my specific question is an option to, in that discussion, to eliminate the encroachment.
Yeah, Mr. Reich, as I've just repeatedly said, we are happy to meet with your client. We are not in a position in this hearing to negotiate encroachments like this.
No, I'm not asking you to. That's fine. Okay. Let's move on. Let me check my notes, please. I think, Mr. Hearing Officer, if I could take 5 minutes, I need to look at that report that they said that they had sent me that I hadn't found.
Well, sure. Let's just take a 5-minute break.
Let me
will you need a break?
before we break, yeah, let me.
I'm sorry, one person at a time, please.
Sorry.
Mr. Kelleher?
Off the record. Do you need a break more than 5 minutes, Mr. Arsenal?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm okay, Dan.
Okay.
So I just want to check before we go off before we break. I just want to check and see if I can find that report. Andrew, you said you sent it to me again today?
Yeah, Evan just sent it to you, or Evan sent it to you when you said you didn't get it.
Okay.
I presume others did get it yesterday when we submitted it, right?
What time did you send it yesterday?
I'm sorry? Wednesday. No, Wednesday. Yesterday.
Okay.
All right. I see something from, I see something from,
407.
sorry. I do see something from Evan. Let me just open it and make sure it's what I was looking for. Okay, so that's the cover letter.
And just for the record, it was sent to the service list yesterday, Thursday, March 19th at 4:07 p.m. by Ann O'Hanlon.
Okay, so I'll be looking at RR int 3 parens 1. Is that what I'm looking at? Should be looking at?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, just I'm sure that I have everything. I see a somewhat of a narrative right at the beginning of that. It's about maybe a page. Yeah. So is that the only narrative in the report?
There are,
Let me look at how many pages. There's 7 pages to the report.
Right. But the narrative, I see some narrative that goes partially into page 2. Is there any other narrative that I'm missing?
that's the extent of the narrative.
Okay. All right. Mr. Keller, I think 5 minutes will suffice. Thank you.
Okay, so let's reconvene at 12:30. Thank you.
Mr. Reich, just FYI, you are not muted.
Thank you. So you can hear my breathing. Okay. Let me get back to the screen.
Mr. Reich, has that given you enough time?
One paragraph.
And if you could unmute yourself, Mr. Reich.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking to my client, so if I could just have a couple of minutes.
Go ahead.
I'm back.
Great. Back and ready to go?
Yes, let me just look at my notes here, and then I think I am.
Mr. Arsenault, back on the record, please.
So, could we have the report that was just referred to by Moraga? Could we have that put up on the screen, please?
Yes. Let me.
I think they said it was filed yesterday at around 4, something like that.
I understand.
Yep. Okay.
Can you see on the screen, Mr. Reich?
And so, yes, so why don't you just leave it where it is, and then I'm going to ask you to scroll down as we go. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Anderson, you now see the site visit report that you testified was prepared by your engineers, correct?
I do.
It's identified as site visit report number 1 ARUP. And I'm looking to, and it's dated April 11th, 2024, correct?
I see that. Yes.
Okay. So let's go down a little bit, Mr. Chang, to the, yes. So I'm sorry, go back up to the, I think there's a ray line. All right, you're fine. I see in the description of this, of the purpose of the site review, that there's no description, sorry, there's no mention of looking at the roadway itself. Am I correct? When I say roadway, I mean Coldbrook Road.
The site observations indicate that you can see the first bullet is site entrance. That refers to the entrance driveway.
Yep.
including the entrance upon Colebrook Road was certainly observed, and that was part of the intent of this site visit.
Well, I understand that the entrance from Colebrook Road was observed. Were there any observations made about some of the features that we just talked about today, namely a wall on both sides of Colebrook Road, telephone poles adjacent to the entranceway and so forth?
Yes,
And where do I see those notations?
those specific features are not explicitly referenced within this site visit report. They were observed. And they were communicated to me by the team.
All right. Do you have any notes of those communications?
No.
So you're going strictly by memory?
We have many photographs that are not included in the site visit report. We do not include every photograph and piece of documentation in the normal course of standard practice for civil engineering. In our reports, we include information we believe to be relevant to the design at the time and to our clients, and that's what's documented within this report.
So you agree that there's no description in the report and no photos of Colebrook Road other than the entranceway off of Colebrook Road. Am I correct?
There are photos. If you look at page 3,
okay.
Photo number 1. Is taken from the driveway facing Colebrook Road and shows
Yes.
the entrance. My team also, as I noted, we have many photographs that are not included in the report, including along Colebrook Road, which I have personally seen. But this is what is included in the report because this is the information that was relevant to the design that we were preparing at the time.
Okay, so other than that one photo that shows a car at the entrance, there's no other photos of Colebrook Road, correct?
In this report, that is correct.
Okay. And again, so your team communicated with you, they gave you other photos, and from the communications and from the photos, did they see any walls on either side of Colebrook Road, adjacent to or close to the entrance?
The photos immediately, so the wall that you referred to in the previous photos, not in this site visit report, but the ones we had up previously, to my knowledge, are a little bit north of the site, not directly across. Now, notwithstanding, there is a sloped embankment immediately opposite the street. So I don't take issue with your line of questioning regarding the ability of vehicles to stay within the paved road. But just to be clear, that wall that you have referred to in those photos is a little bit north of the entrance of the site. My team did take photos along Colebrook Road that show the extents both north and south and do include images of several walls and others.
I'm sorry, several walls and
other features.
All right.
Both north and south of the driveway entrance.
Okay. Mr. Keller, I would request that those photos that show the walls on either side of Colebrook Road be produced so that we can put them into the record.
Any objection? Assuming no objection, we can add that as a record.
I'm sorry, 2 people speaking, I did not hear. Any objection?
No objection.
We can treat that as a record request, Mr. Reich.
Do we have a number that we can?
Yeah, it will be. It will be RR. INT 4. So RR-INT-4.
Okay. So that's for the photos of on either of the walls on either side of Colebrook Road in the vicinity of the site. Okay. All right. So since those may not be produced today, I mean, it would be lovely if they could be produced today, but if they can't, can we make sure that they will be made part of the record when they are produced?
We will, I expect that will be the case, Mr. Reich. Yeah. I mean, as a customary matter, they will be made part of the record automatically.
Okay. All right. If you could just ask Mr. Kaplan when he thinks those could be produced, I'd appreciate it.
All right. Mr. Kaplan, if you could respond to that.
Monday.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions of the witness.
Does anybody else have questions of Mr. Anderson? All right. We had talked about having Mr. Pucci conduct his cross-examination before lunch, but I think now is a good time for lunch. And let's make it I'd like to make it a 50-minute lunch break. So that will bring us back. We will resume at 1:30. And we can go off the record. I do have a couple other comments.
Mr. Keller, I had just one thing on the record.
So on the record, please.
Just one thing I failed to note earlier was pointed out to me. There was another pending motion. I filed Mr. Warboss's testimony. It seems ages ago. It was only a couple of months ago. I filed it the Monday following the Friday deadline. And I forget what the reason was. It was a technical issue, or I didn't want my secretary to have to stay till 8 o'clock on Friday night or something like that. And it was so I submitted a motion for leave to submit Mr. Warboss's pre-filed testimony. Mr. Arsenault, that's Warbasse. And I was just wondering, could we get a ruling on that? Because we put a lot of work into that testimony, and I would hate to see it excluded.
Yes.
Obviously, the company has no objection.
Yeah. That testimony, the late filing, is allowed.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Off the record, after lunch, we will resume with cross-examination by Mr. Pucci. And we will still need time after that to deal with exhibits, address exhibits, and consider their admission into evidence. Mr. Anderson is free to leave. There are not going to be further questions for him. We will see you all after lunch, and there will also be an opportunity for the non-town interveners to ask questions of the safety witness. But we will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caroline, hi.
Yeah.
Just giving an update. It's still scanning.
Oh, how long?
So-
How many minutes?
Now it's 25 minutes.
Hey, Daniel, we can hear you
Yeah, you have a lot of fun.
Thank you.
and see you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I can't see myself, but thank you, Andrew. I'll mute. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Handsome as always.
All right, let's make sure everyone's here. Mr. Pucci, I see you. I see the company. Mr. Reich, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. The stenographer, yes, you're there.
Is Chief Morris on?
Sorry?
I'm just wondering if Chief Morris is on. We can't see him.
Yeah, good question. Chief Morris, are you there?
Let me text him.
Thank you.
I see Chief Morris now.
All right.
Can we hear him to be sure?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Perfect. So we're not quite on the record. We will start with the town's questioning now of Mr. Morris. And then after that, the non-town interveners. On the record, please. Mr. Pucci, if you would start.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Attorney Pucci. I'm going to be asking you questions on behalf of my client, the town of Oakham. First, I would like to address you respectfully. And I know that you're working as a paid consultant in your testimony, but you're also Deputy Fire Chief of the Greenwich, Connecticut Fire Department, and also a state fire marshal in Connecticut. Is that correct?
I'm certified as a fire marshal in the state of Connecticut, so not a state employee, but you're welcome to address me however you see fit.
But the Deputy Chief for Greenwich?
I am, yes.
Okay. Attorney Kaplan and Mr. Kelleher have been referring to you as Chief Morris. Is that typically how you're addressed?
Either. Mr. Morris is fine. Sean is acceptable.
All right. I'm gonna call you Chief then too. If I have to say your name at all, I'll call you Chief Morris.
Sure.
Now I'd like to end my. We're at the last day here. I'd like to end my cross examinations of both you and the other Moraga witnesses by kind of revisiting the start and the point of some of these questions, and you can help me on my pronunciations because I'm going to stumble through it. I want to get to the components of the system and talk about the potential hazards that have a potential from those components. So just to get back to the beginning, just as a baseline, Moraga is proposing an electrochemical energy storage system using lithium-ion battery chemistry to store electrical energy for later use. Is that correct?
Correct.
And lithium-ion batteries involve the transfer of lithium ions between the electrodes during the charge and discharge cycles, correct?
Correct.
A lithium-ion battery contains three fundamental components. One, electrodes, two, the separator, and three, the electrolyte, correct?
Those are three components, yes.
And the electrodes are conductors through which the electricity enters or exits the battery, correct?
Correct.
Between a positive electrode, which is also called a cathode, and a negative electrode called the anode, lies a separator, which can be composed of micro-perforated plastic, correct?
Correct.
And during the charging process, lithium ions move between the anode and the cathode, correct?
Correct.
And is it also true that a liquid electrolyte, commonly composed of a lithium salt and a flammable organic solvent, allows the lithium ions to move through the separator from the cathode to the anode?
Correct.
And also there are 2 tabs per lithium ion cell, one per positive and one per negative electrode. And these 2 tabs allow an electrical connection to be made during the transfer of lithium ions, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that during the charge-discharge process, the electrons flow through the external electrical circuit while lithium ions move between the cathode and the anode?
Correct.
And this isn't a science test, and this is my learning for the first time, and I'll get to the point of why I'm kind of getting into the painstaking detail of how it operates. Is it true that lithium-ion batteries are often used for BESS facilities, that's BESS, because of their superior ability to retain charge over other types of batteries?
That is one of the reasons they're the predominant in commercial operations, yeah.
And is it also true that lithium-ion batteries have a greater energy storage capacity and density as compared to other battery types?
Than many other battery types, yes.
Generally speaking, the individual components of a BESS installation consist of cells, modules, racks, and storage container units, correct?
Correct. The exact terminology differs slightly between manufacturers, but generally speaking, yes.
Cells are the basic building blocks of the system and are connected to comprise a module of batteries, sometimes installed on a tray, correct?
Correct.
And multiple modules are electrically connected to form what is sometimes referred to as a rack. Is that right?
Yes.
And an array of racks can be arranged within a storage unit or container to form a large-scale BESS installation, right?
The term installation has a specific terminology. Generally speaking, you're correct, but the terminology of unit, enclosure, and installation at times is used differently. But generally speaking, yes, your characterization's right.
Yeah, and feel free to elaborate on that. So you're talking about like the individual unit versus the array outside the individual unit? Or just describe what you mean for me to clarify my question a little more.
So in reference to enclosure, you're generally speaking about one, in this instance, a Megapack 2 XL enclosure within which would be racks, of which the smaller unit would be modules, of which the smallest unit would be cells.
I've got you. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Installation, in terms of the testing documentation, can mean a total installation that includes balance of system items. So different test methodologies refer to that term differently.
I appreciate that clarification, because what I am referring to here is on that sort of the granular level within an individual unit. Do you understand that? Like, you got an individual battery unit, it's cased, right? And then that's part of a larger facility that has equally, it has other similar or identical structures than spaced out in certain ways for the full array. I'm talking about the individual unit.
Enclosure would be the terminology I would use if we're talking about one Tesla Megapack 2 XL.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm sorry, Mr. Arson, I interrupted him. He clarified what I was seeking. I'm talking about that, the enclosure to the single BESS unit. And then these components that I'm talking about are within that individual enclosure. Is that right?
Correct.
Great. And then going back to the basic building block, which is the cell, is that essentially a single lithium ion battery?
The cell would be the smallest building block of the kind of modular construction you just described.
Great. Lithium ion is actually kind of a tongue twister now that I said it for the if you say it 3 times fast, it's very confusing. But aside from that, a module is a series of cells electrically interconnected to provide higher voltages and capacities, correct?
Yes, it's a collection of cells.
And modules can be equipped with electrical protection, such as fuses and sensors, for monitoring of voltages and temperatures, and either passive or active ventilation provisions, correct?
Correct.
Modules are placed and electrically interconnected within a battery management system and junction box in vertical racks, correct?
Battery management system is a term that refers to multiple layers of electrical management and supervision. So it's kind of multi-tiered, but generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, I was going to break that down a little bit because the battery management system that can be like external monitoring, and it can also refer to like management systems within individual components within the enclosure, right?
Yeah, correct. The battery management system is layered. So there is system monitoring that can create autonomous actions at the module level, at the enclosure level. It's a layered system. In training, when I kind of explain it to people, I liken it to if you've ever left your cell phone out in the sun and it gives you a warning that says, hey, it's a little warm, we're not going to charge. That's a basic example of a type of battery management system.
Okay. Next time I'm going to want that training before I cross-examine you, but we'll wait for another day for that. I'll go forward with my own training. And that again, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about components within the enclosure. So modules within that enclosure can also be equipped with a thermal management system to maintain suitable operating temperatures, correct?
Correct. The thermal management system operates in parallel, but is separate from the battery management system.
Is a rack a series of modules electrically interconnected to provide a larger energy output at a required voltage?
Yes, it provides the larger output through the aggregate of the modules in it.
And does a rack typically have multiple drawers or trays?
Yes.
Within each tray, there will be single or multiple modules depending on the size and formats of the cells utilized, correct?
Correct.
And each rack can have a rack-level battery management system that communicates with the module sensors and one or more DC connectors and fuses.
Correct.
And that kind of is one of those examples of battery management system. That's something we're talking about inside the enclosure.
Correct.
Essentially, an individual lithium-ion BESS unit consists of arrays of lithium-ion battery racks in order to obtain a desired energy and power output, correct?
Correct.
Other than the components we discussed, within the system will also be a device often referred to as an inverter to convert the energy from DC to AC and vice versa to allow the stored energy to be utilized on an electrical grid, correct?
Correct.
The individual BESS container can be equipped with a battery management system for electrical control, a heating, ventilation, air conditioning system, HVAC system, as well as a fire detection and suppression system, right?
So that's speaking in kind of general terms about all lithium-ion enclosures. The terminology, just an example, what you described in, I believe what you said was an HVAC-related system. I believe what you're referencing to is in this instance, the thermal management system.
That's
so
exactly
the terminology is slightly different.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What I referred to was battery management system for electrical control, heating, ventilation, air conditioning system, as well as a fire detection and suppression system. Are all those contained in the Tesla Megapack?
No. So the Tesla Megapack design does not include an inherent fire suppression system.
Okay. But it has the other... Oh, go ahead. Are you finished?
Yeah, correct. So that does not include any inherent installed suppression within the units.
Okay. But it has the other components I mentioned?
It has a thermal management system, which I believe is what you were characterizing as the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, which controls operating temperatures, and has a battery management system at multiple layers.
Okay. Interactions with power supply and discharge systems occur via an external power conversion system and energy management system, correct?
Correct.
The units also have doors for operating and maintenance personnel and replacement of equipment. Now I'm asking specifically about the Tesla Megapack.
The battery modules and racks are accessible by exterior panels for operations and maintenance, which is why we and the code refers to this as a non-enterable enclosure. Any access by workers is from the exterior of the unit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be qualified to take your training because that was going to be my next question. In other words, it's not like if I envision it, you don't have like a door and you can enter the individual unit. It's something you have panels, you remove them, and you can access the interior, correct?
Correct. And when you say access the interior, you have access. A personnel would not be able to physically enter the enclosure.
Got it. Okay. Are there also vents on the units to facilitate cooling as well as to release toxic or ignitable gases during abnormal conditions?
There's kind of two separate characterizations you have there. One, the thermal management system includes fans on the roof-mounted thermal management system. Additionally, there are overpressure vents, which would allow for the discharge of gases in an abnormal state.
Got it. Now we're getting past my elementary trying to figure out the components of this and getting into the nitty-gritty of what I wanted to ask you about. So it is sort of a venting system, right? You're talking about discharging out of the enclosure, not something inside. Go ahead.
So the engineered system within the Tesla units, through their model testing, through their engineered process, they have a NFPA 855 compliant system, generically called a sparker system, which allows for the ignition of any buildup of low levels of flammable gases, which would only happen in an off-normal condition.
The number of containers in a BESS facility is dependent on the energy storage demand of the facility, correct?
The number of containers within a facility would dictate the available power output. Yes.
And that's really at the choice of whoever the project proponent is, right? In other words, you can kind of determine what size facility you're seeking. In other words, you're not locked into, okay, I can only do a 180 megawatt project for this type of equipment. In other words, you select the amount of power you're seeking to store, and then you select the equipment for it and the number of BESS units, right?
Yeah, the number of enclosures would be scalar and modular. The limitations of either how few or how many would be from other sources, whether regulatory or grid-based.
Do you agree that there are particular hazards associated with lithium-ion BESS installations?
Yes.
Do you agree that the primary hazard of a lithium-ion BESS facility is that there is a potential risk of thermal runaway resulting in a fire or even an explosion?
Thermal runaway is a condition that can happen in a failure state of a lithium-ion battery, to which mitigative measures are engineered and designed. Additionally, in terms of the explosion that you mentioned, that could result from the buildup of flammable gases and an ignition of them.
Do you agree that once started, the lithium, and I'm not saying that every time you build one of these, any of these are going to occur. I'm just talking about hazards that could occur, considering the components. Do you agree that once started, a lithium-ion battery fire is difficult to extinguish and can also produce dangerous gases?
Kind of two parts of that. So the terminology of difficult to extinguish in a thermal runaway state, direct water fire suppression, as you would to say a home or a business or a vehicle, is not an effective method of suppression. This is similar to other electrical infrastructure that exists, so that choice of non-offensive fire department intervention is not unique specifically to BESS nor lithium ion. And could you just repeat the second part of your question, please?
Yeah, that once started, a lithium ion battery is difficult to extinguish. I think you answered that, but that it can also produce dangerous gases.
So whenever anything burns, there's the possibility of producing smoke and byproducts of combustion. And this is true for BESS enclosures. This is true for essentially all combustible material, wood, plastics, organics. Those byproducts of combustion in almost any environment, smoke is toxic, often regardless of the fuel that's burned. So in this instance, there is the ability of toxic gas in a thermal runaway or fire incident, yes.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about the National Fire Protection Association. That's referred to in some of your background materials. Did I say it right? Is it association or agency?
Association.
Yeah, National Fire Protection Association. It's also referred to by its initials, NFPA, commonly, correct?
Correct.
Do people say NAFPA or do they just say NFPA?
Just NFPA, generally.
All right. And you're a member of that association, correct?
I am.
Now, and I just want to say what they are. NFPA is a nonprofit organization that, among other things, publishes codes and standards for fire, electrical, and related hazards, correct?
Correct.
And they're not a regulatory body, but they issue standards that then get incorporated into regulations, such as the Massachusetts State Fire Code. Is that correct?
Correct. NFPA is a multifaceted organization. One of their elements is the development of consensus standards. For example, NFPA 855 is the consensus standard that would apply to energy storage systems. The inherent creation of that standard doesn't make it a regulatory requirement until adopted by a jurisdiction, whether that be municipal, state, federal. And NFPA standards are considered kind of the gold standard throughout the world.
Is it, and actually that you basically answered my next question. They're going to ask you is it true that regulatory authorities, experts such as yourself, and actually you're an emergency responder too, typically use NFPA standards with respect to assessing such hazards generally? Like, in other words, you don't bring a code book to a fire, but to establish best practices, experts like yourself, regulators, regulatory authorities rely on these standards and watch for what's updated from them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, some standards can be adopted by a regulatory authority. What we commonly refer to as a fire code. If that were to be, say, the exit signage required in the building, that generally comes from an NFPA standard that's been adopted by a regulatory authority. Additionally, they drive some industry best practices.
Are you aware that NFPA has published a document titled, quote, ESS Safety Fact Sheet? That's the close quote, that's the name of it, that identifies thermal runaway, stranded energy, toxic and flammable gas generation, as well as deep-seated fires as key potential hazards associated with a BESS system.
Yes, NFPA identifies those, not just in that fact sheet, but in their standards. Additionally, in those standards, they spell out how those hazards are addressed, both in design, planning, engineering, and operations. So they recognize those hazards and then also provide pathways to addressing them.
And that was going to be my next question about standards. Do you agree that NFPA standard, there's a long question, NFPA standard 855, which is titled Standard for the Installation of Stationary Energy Storage Systems, 2023 edition, identifies the following hazards with respect to BESS installations, and I'm going to list them: fire and explosion, chemical, including hazardous materials, electrical, including stranded or stored energy, as well as physical hazards, including burns, ruptured lines, and projectiles.
One statement I'd have to point out is the Commonwealth has not adopted the 2023 edition of NFPA 855. They currently reference the 2020 edition of NFPA 855. Additionally speaking, 2023 would be an updated publication that the Commonwealth has not adopted yet. In regards to the hazards listed, a common practice of NFPA standards is to list hazards associated with whatever that standard is covering, and then addressing what are the mitigative measures and response to address those hazards. In falling back on the example I provided, the exit signs that might be required in the buildings we're in right now address a hazard of occupants potentially being unfamiliar of the location of an exit during an emergency. So they address the hazards and then also address the mitigative measures.
And when you say Massachusetts hasn't adopted the 2023 edition yet, are you talking about the state fire code? What are
Correct.
you talking? Okay. Are they going to, in your professional opinion, going to adopt the 2023 edition?
I wouldn't. That would be a regulatory and legislative decision.
Yeah. Is there anything substantially different between 2020 and the 2023 edition in terms of what I listed?
The characterization you listed about the hazards is consistent. Again, Massachusetts hasn't adopted the 2023 edition. It's pretty comprehensive, so I wouldn't want to generalize about similarities or disparities.
Yeah. And I didn't get into that type of thing about, that you're not like a firefighter in Massachusetts or anything like that. And the point of my saying that is you yourself wouldn't question the sort of the veracity or best practice type nature of the NFPA standard, including this 2023 edition. Is that fair to say? In other words, if you're in Connecticut or you're in Ohio or Florida or Massachusetts, that's pretty much, the state of the art in terms of the information would be the 2023 edition of NFPA standard 855. Is that fair to say?
So that was the publication in 2023.
Yep.
There is a 2026 edition as well that I'm not sure if you're aware of.
No, I'm
and
not.
Again,
yeah.
The Commonwealth.
Go ahead.
The Commonwealth's adopted 2020. In regards to the regulatory adoption process, I've served in the public sector for a long time, also as an authority having jurisdiction. So I've kind of sat on both sides of the table in terms of plan review, code compliance. In that states, I say states generally, countries, states, municipalities can revise the adopted standards. So NFPA standards as a whole, and I'm not just speaking about 855 in this instance, are kind of a boilerplate. And then each state or jurisdiction can delete, add, modify certain provisions as they see fit.
I'm sorry. Each state or jurisdiction and the what?
Each state or jurisdiction could delete, modify, or add provisions to any model code.
And again, just there's been no update that changes anything about the basic hazards that I listed for you that you agreed are sort of a known potential hazard, right? The things I listed from the 2023 edition.
Yeah, so those hazards are identified throughout 855 documentation. Those same standards in 855 drive the applicant in the code provision to produce a hazard mitigation analysis along with other mitigative measures. 855 also applies to the manufacturers and lists the required testing and level of compliance. Speaking generally, the goal of these codes is to adopt a given standard of safety for these enclosures and installations to allow, and there's actually a provision in 855 that spells out the proving ability or the analysis that can be done about what criteria should be assumed to approve an installation as safe.
And my questions, and I'll just ask you to clarify. I'm not trying to imply that the NFPA the hazards that I listed from the NFPA standards. I'm not trying to imply that they're prohibiting them or recommending that these facilities be prohibited. You understand that, right? Because I'm not saying they're prohibited under these. I'm just saying that NFPA recognizes these potential hazards. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, kind of all standards are designed to identify hazards. And again, I'm using the example, but an occupant not being aware of exits in a store, let's say. NFPA standard then addresses exit signs, where they should be placed, and what mitigative measures can address those hazards.
And now getting back to some of the specifics on the hazards. Thermal, I'm going to just cover a couple of these terms that we've covered. Thermal runaway is a term used for the rapid, uncontrolled release of heat energy from a battery cell. Is that right?
Correct.
And if thermal runaway proceeds, it can result in a battery fire and even an explosion. I think we covered that earlier. Not will.
Again, the explosion component is slightly different and nuanced, depending on which definition you're using. A cell in thermal runaway can release gases. Some of those gases can be flammable. If allowed to build up to a concentration above a lower flammable limit, that could result in an explosion of those, an ignition of those gases, which is why the systems engineer solutions to that to prohibit that hazard from taking place, even in an off-normal failure event.
I appreciate that clarification. It may help me streamline the length of this cross-examination, because I was seeking clarification on that exactly. So we've covered thermal runaway, because some of these claims, this isn't really a question, it's a comment that you can comment on. Some of these terms for a layperson, they sort of blend into each other. So I just wanted to clarify what different things we're talking about. So I covered thermal runaway. Okay. And then another one I wanted to cover is the term stranded energy. First of all, that can also be a hazard at a BESS facility, correct? The issue of stranded energy.
Yeah, to speak generally on your comment, one of the goals of myself and the company I represent is to provide information, education, training about not just the fire and life safety components and best practices. And we've had the opportunity to do that for fire departments, municipalities, public agencies, private agencies throughout the world. We really enjoy educating people about this technology and how to keep installations, first responders, and communities safe through good site selection, engineering, best practices. So we have that opportunity. I'll use stranded energy as an example. Speaking generally, stranded energy means that even when disconnected from charging or discharging, the energy remains within the batteries. As such, when best practices or emergency response plans are designed for first responders, we encourage, as well as the manufacturers, a defensive posture, which means we're not coming in contact with enclosures that are in a failure state. And that's a very simple way to eliminate the hazard of stranded energy.
Let me stop you there because
I just want to.
Yeah, no, but I want to stop you there just because you're covering a couple of my other questions. I just wanted to be clear.
I'd like to just finish the response about stranded
go
energy,
ahead.
if I could.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So stranded energy, keep in mind, NFPA 855 designs practices for energy safety systems that could be installed inside of buildings, on rooftops, in parking garages, a multitude of site selections where the batteries or the energies have different sets of hazards, not because of their inherent chemistry, but because of their location. This exterior installation presents a great opportunity to mitigate that stranded energy risk, in that we design emergency response plans where members of the public will not be near or in contact, and first responders, even in a failure state, are not near or in contact with a failed unit. So that's another example of how code, policy, education, and planning and then proactive training that's made available to the first responders easily mitigate a hazard like stranded energy.
Yeah, I mean, that was what I was going to ask you. Just an obvious question. It can be hazardous to a first responder, this issue, if you don't handle it right.
Correct. Any response that a first responder makes could be hazardous if they handle it incorrectly. And that's why we feel that training, planning, well beforehand, correct response to an emergency incident happens well before an unlikely incident happens. Through the planning, training, and development of procedures that we really like to engage with the fire department on, provides a safe operating environment for any first responder with any amount of resources.
I mean, stranded energy could result in a potential explosion hours after the extinguishment of the fire, couldn't it? Because you've got trapped energy in there.
I'm not sure what you mean by how stranded energy could result in an explosion.
Well,
just asking for clarification.
Isn't that a hazard of it? What happens with stranded energy? Why is it a hazard? Isn't it because it blows up?
No. Stranded energy. Stranded energy is a hazard. As an example, if there were we were saying the building blocks, so cells, modules, if there were a failure of that cell or module, even though there may be a failure in, let's say, a mechanical failure of it, there's the mitigative steps of the battery management system automatically disconnecting it from charging, discharging. The modules have single time use DC fuses. There's layers upon layers of safety mitigation. Even after those, the batteries themselves still have energy within them. Okay, even if there's no off-gassing, even if there's no fire. I liken this to, I often compare energy storage systems to water tanks. A lot of communities are familiar with above ground, large grid level water towers in their community. If I were to shut a valve to that water tank, it still has water in it. So even when a battery is, all the safety measures work correctly, that battery retains energy within it. And that's part of where the education and training with first responders who, in absence of that training or correct procedures, could say come in contact with it. And that's why we, retain a defensive posture. We have no procedure where we expect the fire department to enter the fence line or sight line. The number one priority in the fire service is life safety. As this type of installation does not have a life safety risk inherent to it, by introducing first responders incorrectly, they become the life safety hazard. So we mitigate that hazard by correct training, policies, and procedures.
What is the hazard though from the stranded energy? Say they violate your procedure, they go in there. What's the hazard? What happens? Do they get blown up in the face, or do they breathe something? What is the hazard from stored energy? That's all I'm asking.
Electrical shock.
Okay.
It would be similar to any other energy infrastructure. As an example, if a transformer, a standard medium voltage transformer, or even a pole mounted transformer like we have on our streets, if it was damaged through a fire or a failure and a first responder were to make physical contact with it, it introduces an electrical hazard.
How do you know when it's safe to enter that vicinity? Say you have an unusual event, you got one, and it doesn't propagate to other units. Say you just got the one single unit at an event. How do you know when it's safe to approach these things?
Yeah, there's industry best practices for what's called emergency decommissioning. Again, at the failures that have happened worldwide, there's specialized companies and agencies that come in, determine that what the level of risk is, what the level of damage is to the units, and is then able to de-energize them in a safe manner to allow for decommissioning.
Okay. And then a different thing, and again, I appreciate that clarification because it's hard to understand what these hazards are. Potential fire and explosion hazards. Those are different. Those are because the lithium ion batteries, flammable organic electrolyte, and its highly reactive electrodes, correct? And you can just explain it to me if I'm not getting it exactly right.
Yeah, so in regards to the electrolyte, from what we know both through our UL 9548 testing, our large-scale fire testing, and then our analysis of real-world incidents, when that electrolyte decomposes through heating, it can generate different gases. If you look at the UL 9540A test results, that's one of the main goals of that test that is required by 855 and is presented in this installation. It identifies what gases come off during a failure event. One of those gases is hydrogen, which is flammable and allowed to build up without any mitigative measures in an uncontrolled situation. That hydrogen could ignite if presented with a competent ignition source.
The unique combination of materials makes lithium-ion batteries high-performance components under normal operating conditions, correct?
Yes.
But if they undergo failure, the separation layer is breached, allowing the electrodes to react with the electrolyte, producing high temperatures and pressures, which can result in the fire or explosion. Am I getting it?
I'm not sure what source you're reading from, and I don't want to contest it. But
I'm reading you questions that
okay.
I don't memorize my questions, so I apologize. I'm reading from my notes, but it's based on research that I've done into these facilities.
Yeah,
and you're free to correct me.
Sure. One potential failure, and I think it's what you're describing, is, say, a mechanical failure. An example of that would be a physical crush of a battery, allowing the anode and the cathode to make contact, resulting in the basically the violation of that separation layer, and that could result in heating, which, if that heating's not mitigated and it's not able to self-regulate, it could turn into a thermal runaway condition. That is one of the mechanical failures that could happen.
Okay. Yeah, you described that pretty quickly, pretty well. Let me move through some of these. Essentially, without getting into the painstaking details, there's a lot of things that could go wrong, both mechanically and electrically, right? And also in the manufacture. Like say you get a particulate matter gets lodged somehow in a manufacturing process, that it could cause some type of emergency event in one of these enclosures, correct?
I wouldn't agree with the characterization that there's a lot of things that could go wrong. Any engineered system can fail at different levels. Yeah. Anyone who tells you otherwise is probably being inaccurate. What we do recognize is that in these systems, when we have code compliant systems that have undergone UL 9548 test methodology, have been subject to large scale fire testing, and then we do analyze the handful of failure incidents that we do have worldwide. We recognize these systems have a level of testing and safety that exceeds that of a lot of the rest of the built environment.
Kind of summing up, and again, clarify further if you need to. All failure modes within lithium-ion batteries generate heat and stimulate further thermally driven chemical reactions within the cell, so that an ultimate failure point known as thermal runaway can be reached, resulting in fire. Does that sum up for thermal runaway?
I mean, the characterization of a chemical reaction that sustains heat is just the definition of fire. A light bulb in my office or your office, sustaining those could be described in that way, of the act of fire. And I think that's where often through, like you said, it is a field where sometimes the nuances are important and the details actually do provide some light on the hazards that exist. The fires that can happen result in instances similar to the rest of the built environment. The hazards we see, like stranded energy, wanting to have site restriction, those are common with the rest of electrical infrastructure. We recognize, and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, through the Division of Fire Services and the Mass DEP, have discussed, some of the things we talked about. The byproducts of combustion in these instances are similar to the rest of the built environment. And when I say that, I mean residential and commercial structure fires. So while, yes, the details you're describing are correct, any characterization that a BESS enclosure, even in an unlikely failure, represents some outsized hazard that doesn't exist in the rest of our communities, I think is a mischaracterization.
Well, I do want to drill down on that a little bit. I mean, and I don't want to be argumentative with you, but say a house fire, something has to happen. Somebody had to do something. Either the electrician messed up with the wiring system for the house, somebody fell asleep in bed with a cigarette. Something happened to cause the abnormality, and then you lead to a house fire. But the bad compared to a lithium ion battery for a BESS facility, that's something that can happen just that's something that can happen just by the normal operation of the battery, right? In other words, there are components of this that can cause a failure that isn't analogous to somebody falling asleep with a cigarette in their hand in bed, or a faulty electrical wiring, or some other event like that. It's something that can just happen within the unit itself. It's an inherent hazard involved in the components that are involved in this. Is that fair to say?
I think in both examples you provide, that of, say, a residential fire, caused by electrical, or a BESS enclosure fire, both result in a failure. And I wouldn't agree with the characterization that the normal operation of a BESS unit could result in fire. The failure of a unit has the possibility of resulting in fire. And that's why something like the hazard mitigation analysis produced in this instance as required by NFPA 855 is so important. NFPA 855 requires, and it specifically spells out what failure modes, so what failure incidents that could result in a fire, off-gassing, or thermal runaway incident. And it requires, through the design of the system and the site selection, how those hazards are addressed appropriately and in a multi-layered fashion. Beyond that, in the HMA, draft HMA, we've been able to partially produce, and as required by NFPA 855, it spells out how are those mitigative measures still addressed, even with the failure of inherent safety systems. This falls back to similar to how the large-scale fire testing is done. In the large-scale fire testing, to show propagation isn't a hazard, safety systems are intentionally disabled during those testings. The thermal management system, the battery management systems are disabled. There's no outside intervention. So it shows by its inherent design, the multi-layered mitigation prevents propagation from one unit to another. So I think to say these units can just spontaneously create fire without failure is inaccurate.
Is it true that the stability of a lithium ion cell is primarily dependent on temperature?
Yes, correct. Outside of temperature tolerances can result in a failure. That would be an overheating incident. Yeah.
And the overheating causes that thermal runaway, right? It overheats and then it spreads more rapidly.
Yeah, in the event of a battery.
Question.
Sorry.
It overheats and it spreads more rapidly.
In layman's terms.
In the event a battery would generate heat at a rate higher than it could dissipate, that's a failure that could lead to a thermal runaway incident, yes.
As combustion endures, the cells continue to swell and release bursts of flames, correct?
I guess what you're describing is, I'm not sure bursts of flames is accurate.
Within the unit.
So if a cell were to go into thermal runaway and create hydrogen gas, that hydrogen gas could be ignited and result in a fire, yes.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about gas next. The more flames that continue to be produced with greater intensity can result in emission of gaseous products from the lithium ion combustion reaction, correct?
Are you saying, I'm sorry, I just want clarity on the question. Are you saying that gases result from the fire?
It can be released
So the release of gas, if you referring back to the UL 9540A testing, that identifies what gas and in what volume is produced during a thermal runaway incident. Fire generally doesn't create gas; it creates products of combustion. In many cases, a fire actually burns hazardous gas and releases the risk surrounding it. As an example. So and I don't mean to nitpick the wording, but I think it is important.
The wording is very important. I'm just trying to bring out what the hazards are and what they are really realistically attributed to. I mean, let me look at what you've covered for me here. Just give me a moment. Now, when we get back to explosions, there have been two types of explosions associated with BESS facilities. That would be one, flammable gas explosions due to gas generated in a battery thermal runaway event, and electrical arc, ARC explosions. And both of these can lead to structural failure of battery enclosures and even injury if somebody is there, correct?
So yes, those are two types of explosion incidents that can happen. Again, that's similar to the hazards addressed in the codes and standards, and the requirement for an engineered system to address those hazards. In the instance of the Tesla Megapack 2XL, the inherent sparker system, which allows for the controlled burning of any release of flammable gas well below hazardous levels in the unlikely event of a failure incident, before they can rise to hazardous levels that could result in an explosion. Secondary to that are the overpressure vents. I believe it's 22 in number throughout the unit that allow a controlled release should there be an overpressure incident as a result of that. And that's how through code compliance, it doesn't allow the failure, say, of the, and I don't use the term structure just because that's, again, a code specific terminology for a building, but it would prevent the failure of the exterior walls of the enclosure. And it's important to look at the consequence you're discussing, which is could lead to injury or worse of human life. Again, as proposed, this site eliminates the life safety hazard that exists. As I proposed when I discuss outdoor installations that aren't consistently staffed and that we direct first responders not to enter, every residential unit within a municipality poses a higher level of life safety threat than the proposed installation. So just by its inherent nature, the life safety threat that the fire department is tasked with protecting doesn't exist in this instance.
What is that energy arc situation that I asked you about? Can you describe that hazard?
So that's similar to any other electrical infrastructure that could have an overamperage or over voltage. An arc, which essentially is charge passing between two conductors through air, could provide an ignition source or provide enough voltage to be hazardous to, say, someone touching it or near it. Again, which is why we don't choose any enclosures for this project that are enterable. They're sited away from people, and we maintain that first responders have a defensive posture.
There are two other potential hazards related to lithium-ion BESS facilities. Correct. The first is associated with toxic and flammable gases, and the second are those associated with, quote, deep-seated, close quote, fires, correct?
Yeah, to kind of break down the two of them, when we talk about toxic gases,
I mean, I'm going to ask you to break them down. Let me just continue. Toxic and flammable gases are generated and released when batteries undergo thermal runaway and combustion, correct?
So toxic gas and smoke and byproducts of combustion exist in all smoke that exists regardless of the source. So the terminology of toxic gas, to characterize it as a hazard different than other fires, I don't think is accurate. But yes, as we said, UL 9540A shows that in a thermal runaway incident, hydrogen and carbon monoxide are two of the gases that can come off of failing units.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not saying that, say I'm outside and I'm using my fire pit and I burn firewood. am I breathing in toxic gas when I am sitting enjoying the fire?
Yes. Yeah. If you're breathing in smoke, there's carbon monoxide coming off that smoke. What's interesting with byproducts of combustion, and I like that example, a lot of it has to do with the surrounding of a fire. A campfire in a backyard allows kids to make s'mores. A campfire in the hallway of an apartment building gets you on the nightly news. So it's a lot about the context of the fire. Combustion results in toxic gases. Carbon monoxide, as an example, is released in any fire that burns any organic compound, whether it be your campfire in your backyard, a house fire, a vehicle fire. It's a known hazard. What is done with that hazard, what mitigative steps, and what the consequences could be are what make site installations specific.
Yeah, I'm going to get into some more detail about the gases because but I won't comment on your testimony. But another thing that can happen if the gases do not ignite before the lower explosive limit is reached, an explosive atmosphere inside the best container can be created, right?
Yeah, what you're describing is any flammable gas that exists in the world that reaches a lower explosive limit, which by definition is the point at which it can ignite. That's why the installation requires and the code requires it to have the mitigative engineered systems in redundancy to not allow the gases to reach those limits.
Toxic and corrosive gases can also be produced and released, as can oxidizing gases, which accelerate the combustion process, correct? This is something going on inside the enclosure.
Yeah, what you're describing is basically combustion in general. To talk specific gases, again, the best documentation is the UL 9540A testing, which under calorimetry, these units are forced into thermal runaway to identify both the volume and species of gases coming off them. As an example, carbon monoxide, which is a toxic gas, is one of the gases identified in a failure, as it is in all other fires that burn organic chemistry.
Well, I want to ask you about that. During failure conditions such as thermal runaway, fire, and abnormal faults, lithium-ion BESS equipment can emit flammable and toxic gases, which can include carbon monoxide, hydrogen gas, ethylene, methane, benzene, hydrogen fluoride, and hydrochloric acid, as well as hydrogen cyanide, correct?
So again, I'm not sure the sourcing of that.
I'm just asking you. I'm asking.
Yeah, sure. In generalities, those are things that can be produced during fires of different products. To be specific about the installation we're talking about, we don't have to be as general. We can actually look at the testing, the UL 9540A and the destructive testing to determine not just the exact gases, which you're right, carbon monoxide and hydrogen, as I testified, are two of those gases that come off of it. Other gases you mentioned were not detected during the testing. That's all within the UL 9540A testing.
Yeah, but are you denying that those gases can come off of one of these BESS failures? All the ones I listed. I mean,
yeah. So the term
that, are you?
So the term I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the question.
You're not denying that, are you?
So the term can come off means it's in the range of possibilities. And if you're talking about lithium-ion battery fires in generalities, yes, it can. NFPA, and I'm not sure if your sourcing is from, as you said, NFPA is kind of the gold standard. It specifically uses the terms can, will, and should very specifically. Will to be termed as definitive, can to be within the range of possibilities. I think that's why it's important for us to not just look at the generalities of, say, an educational document, but to look at when we have actually definitive, conclusive testing information to identify the gases that do come off of it.
I mean, if I have trees that are fell in a naturally wooded area behind my house, I chop them up and I enjoy them at the fire pit, having s'mores. I'm not breathing hydrogen fluoride, right? Or hydrogen cyanide. I mean, I'm distinguishing this from your normal fire. The fire, chemicals that are specific to the BESS unit. I'm not talking about fires in general. I mean, you're not telling me that when I'm making s'mores in my backyard with ordinary firewood from the woods, that I'm breathing in hydrogen fluoride and hydrogen cyanide, are you?
No, and I can actually talk to those specific gases. I'm glad you brought those up. Hydrogen cyanide exists as a byproduct of combustion in many fires. It's actually been a concern.
Slow it down, please.
I apologize. I get excited sometimes.
That's where I stepped in. Hydrogen cyanide.
Hydrogen cyanide is a byproduct of combustion in fires of many different materials. For example, in the fire service, a large concern between, we call them legacy fires from the 1950s, when I guess it's my grandparents' houses were built out of wood and everything inside of it was cotton and organic material. Now the floors I put down in my house recently are processed materials. The fire service has recognized that in normal building materials, hydrogen cyanide is a hazard that comes off of them consistently. And it's something in the fire department we have to recognize, mitigate that threat, and be prepared to address. Hydrogen fluoride, as an example, is not unique to BESS or lithium ion fires. It's a result of the burning of fluorinated plastics. Wire insulation, as an example, emits hydrogen fluoride. And I'm glad you brought that up, because what's particular about the testing in this Tesla incident is they were able to detect in the UL 9548 testing that hydrogen fluoride was not produced. At the full-scale dynamic testing, and again, this comes from hydrogen fluoride can be emitted as a trace gas in multiple things: refrigerants, fluorinated plastic, wire insulation. On the large-scale fire testing in the evidence, they detected at 2 different testing points, they metered for hydrogen fluoride. I believe one testing point was 5 feet away from the burning enclosure that they forced into thermal runaway. Second one was 20 feet away, so very close. They detected levels of 0.10 parts per million and 0.12 parts per million. These are orders of magnitude below what we consider 30 parts per million, which is an IDLH level, or immediately dangerous to life and health OSHA levels. So yes, they are trace gases that can come off of electrical infrastructure and other parts of the environment. But in all the testing conducted, it was never detected at hazardous levels. Beyond testing, when we start to look at real world incidents, we don't have a recorded incident where hydrogen fluoride was detected actively during fire incidents at levels unsafe to people.
I mean, you're getting excited over hydrogen fluoride. Why does that concern you so much? Why are you so excited about that topic?
I like talking about fire safety. I've been here 3 weeks waiting to have these conversations. So, I'm excited to talk about it.
Well, let's say the potential hazards I asked you about, we've been discussing them. You've been addressing them. They're not theoretical, right? There are actual real world incidents involving such hazards, correct?
Yes.
All right. And during your testimony earlier, when Mr. Chang questioned you in one of the earlier hearing sessions, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, you testified that one of your goals as a fire safety consultant was to clear up what you called, quote, misinformation, as well as, quote, unrealistic views of the hazards involving large-scale BESS facilities. Do you remember that?
I do.
And by that testimony, though, you're not asserting that real-world incidents have not occurred concerning BESS facilities, correct?
Correct.
And you heard me question Mr. Benito about several instances. You're not saying that I made those up, are you?
No, I think during some of the testimony at different points, there were some just factual inaccuracies regarding past incidents. And not to adjust the characterization or ignore the fact that they happen, I think the fire service as a whole learns from incidents that have happened. So like I said, I think sometimes the details are important.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of another point that the fire chief of Oakham raised is, you know, everything is best practice at the time. So in other words, if 10 years ago something happens and you say, well, that was because of XYZ technology, it's the same thing now. You get best practice technology now, but it continues to evolve and improve. So a best unit may have radically different and improved safety technology in 2 or 3 years than it has now. Isn't that fair to say?
Just for clarity, are you asking
Like
does
better performing products?
I guess it determines what better is, but technology does improve throughout the world in all facets as things develop.
And just on a few of the incidents, because I'm not going to go through all the ones I went through with Mr. Benito, but I did want to cover a couple of them. Sure. For instance, there was an incident in Victoria, Australia, and I'm going to focus on Tesla. It involved the fire of a Tesla Megapack BESS installation on July 30, 2021. The fire spread to an adjacent BESS unit and required 150 firefighters, 30 vehicles, and 3 full days to extinguish. Did it not?
So a couple of those items, yes. That
no.
Fire
Let me
happen.
just. I'm not going to get Mr. Arsenault will kill me. I've never met him before, but he will, and I'm going to try not to interrupt you. But I would ask you just answer my questions. I asked you. That's correct, right? I didn't ask for a big explanation. Yes or no?
I'm gonna give an explanation that I think is the appropriate length to answer your question.
I know, but I want a yes or no. You want me to say it again?
I can conclude my answer with a yes or no if you'd like.
No, I'd like a yes or no to my answer. Do you want me to read back my question? I have it written down.
No.
All right.
So the fire you're referring to started in one unit.
Is your answer first yes?
Mr. Pucci, I'm trying to answer your question.
No, I'd like to know, is your answer to my question, I'm going to say it again, okay? An incident in Victoria, Australia. It involved the fire of a Tesla Megapack BESS installation. It was in July of 2021. It spread to an adjacent BESS unit. It required 150 firefighters, 30 vehicles, and 3 full days to extinguish. Is that correct or not correct?
It's a multi-part question, so I would prefer to answer each part.
Why don't you tell me if any part is incorrect, you can tell me. Is it correct or not correct, what I just asked you?
I don't have knowledge on how many firefighters it took to extinguish, nor the duration they were there. What I can testify to is the fire beginning in one unit.
You've answered my question. You've answered my question. Your counsel can ask you follow-up, okay? You're going to answer my questions now.
Mr. Pucci, I'm happy to answer questions.
My
I just asked for the opportunity
I'm
to do it.
asking the questions, and Attorney Kaplan can do follow-up. Another BESS installation fire occurred on April 19, 2019 in Surprise, Arizona. And that's 28 miles northwest of Phoenix, Arizona. The incident required the aid of a hazmat team due to the presence of toxic gases emanating from the unit. Is that correct?
That was not a Tesla unit. I think you said you wanted to focus on Tesla units.
Is it a BESS unit similar to for a 180 megawatt facility?
No, it's not a similar unit to what's proposed here. I can elaborate on that if you'd want.
No, I won't ask you about that incident then.
Okay.
More recently, and this is a Tesla battery, on September 20th, 2022, a Tesla battery at a utility site in Monterey County, California caught fire. It triggered a shutdown of the state's scenic coastal highway, and it also resulted in shelter-in-place warnings for local residents. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if you're conflating different incidents in Monterey. I'm aware of the 2022 Tesla incident. ESRG, my company, was part of the public technical reports of findings of that incident. So I can speak to that incident if you'd like me to.
I would like you to answer my question. Did it trigger a shutdown of the state's scenic coastal highway, as well as a shelter-in-place warning for local residents?
I'm not aware if that happened or didn't in that incident.
Is it true that it's not clear how the utility's 182.5 megawatt Tesla battery caught fire but the site had to be disconnected from the grid.
So the disconnections from grid are the safety systems I kind of spoke to previously. Anytime we have an abnormality, whether through that battery management system or through safety systems in general, is to stop the charging and discharging. That's kind of the first step. So disconnection from a grid would happen in pretty much any abnormality, even those not resulting in fires.
And are you also aware that there was a warning by Monterey County officials which asked residents, quote, "Please shut your windows and turn off your ventilation systems," close quote, in that incident?
I don't have the information about their communication.
Are you aware of a tweet from the public information for Monterey County where the officials reported on the Megapack battery fire, saying, quote, "While the fire is considered fully controlled, smoke may still occur in the area for several days," close quote. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that tweet, no.
Just on the issue of water, you touched on it earlier, and I'm wrapping up here. I know you say you absolutely do not use water to try to suppress the fire. We all understand that. But don't you need water to keep adjacent units cool? And don't you need water to keep wooded and vegetated areas cooled down and wet in the event of an active fire somewhere?
So if we look at propagation, which is what you're describing as fire potentially spreading from one unit to the next, through the large scale fire testing, we show that propagation does not happen even in the absence of any safety system nor intervention, say water spray on an adjacent area. Within the documentation, there's some great information about heat flux, which is what is the heat that's projected onto vertical surfaces adjacent to the burning unit, and all that's included in the code required full-scale testing. And that shows that absent of those, as you say, any other cooling of exposures, the testing didn't result in any heat flux that would ignite surrounding surfaces.
Well, are you saying that, I mean, you're not saying that the town has no concern, the town fire chief has no concern that there's not a water source to this facility to prevent a spread of fire in the event that a fire spreads? But in other words, they shouldn't be concerned at all that there's not a water source?
You're asking me if he is concerned about it?
No, I'm asking, should they not be concerned?
So to the best of my knowledge, Oakham relies on rural water supply strategy, as do many rural fire departments, which involves, the not having a hydrant system in their municipality. These systems are safely installed throughout the world in those types of locations. And the ability to deliver water to the scene for, like you said, let's say an adjacent brush fire to the property or something of that nature would fall within their procedures for delivering water to any type of fire within their community.
I appreciate that answer. It leads me to my last question about, towns and where something is properly cited. All right. So I have one last question for you, Chief Morris. And this is related to your service as Deputy Fire Chief / Shift Commander for the Greenwich, Connecticut Fire Rescue Organization, serving over 62,000 residents. My question to you is, Greenwich, Connecticut does not have anything even remotely comparable to a 180 megawatt BESS facility. Is that fair to say?
We do not have any BESS facilities, correct.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pucci. I think it makes sense to continue questioning unless the stenographer needs a break. So, Mr. Arsenault, shall we continue for?
Yeah, can I talk just for a second? Is the question just going to be on Mr. Morris, or are we going to have more in the panel?
Oh, the questions, I'm going to invite Mr. Reich to ask questions of Mr. Morris.
Okay, so that means I don't need a new setup, and so you can continue.
All right. Mr. Reich, are you prepared to ask, are you interested in asking questions of Mr. Morris?
I'm interested in asking questions. I'm as prepared as I can be under a very tight schedule. Yes.
Okay, very good. Please proceed.
All right. Mr. Morris, I'm not sure we had the pleasure. Maybe I did question you before, but there's been a lot of hearings. So anyway,
Sure.
very nice to meet you. Thank you
Good
for
afternoon.
thank you for your service as a firefighter. That's tremendous. I have great admiration for fire departments and firefighters. I've lived in towns where that was really our safety net, and so I appreciate your service.
That's kind. Thank you.
So I wanted to just ask you some questions first about your resume. Let me, CV, let me just get it out. Second, let's see if I have it here. Yes. So I have a resume that is it's entitled Exhibit MS-SM. It's 3 pages. Are you familiar with that CV or resume?
I believe so.
It indicates that you're a fire service executive, a public safety consultant, an educator, and a whole host of other duties that you've had over the years. It also indicates you're a subject matter expert in lithium-ion battery energy storage system safety, emergency response plan development, and hazard mitigation analyses. Is that correct?
Yes.
That accurately summarize your professional profile?
Yes.
Now, going to the public safety consultant description. So, do you have a public safety consultant business?
I do. I've been able to consult in a couple different facets. I do have a LLC. I additionally serve as a consultant for the EFCI, which is the consulting wing of the International Association of the Fire Chiefs, and I consult within their strategic services division. I should note that's not specific to energy storage, just public safety in general.
Yes. Does your company have a name?
Fireground Consultants, LLC.
Okay. So, Fireground Consultants, LLC?
Yeah, that was a company I previously used, generally dealing with a lot of executive leadership and training items.
Okay. But is that the company that does energy consulting that does safety, emergency planning, and hazard mitigation analyses for BESS systems?
No, sir.
What is that company?
I'm employed by ESRG, Energy Safety Response Group. Additionally, I am employed by ESCI, Emergency Services Consulting International, which, as I said, is the consulting wing of the International Association of Fire Chiefs.
Okay. And each of those positions, the employment with ESRG and I suppose it's a consulting relationship with you said ESSI?
ESCI, and I'm a employee of them.
Okay, so you're an employee of 2 separate companies, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is ESRG, does that company have any other employees?
Yes.
How many?
If I were to estimate, between 25 and 30 potentially. I'm not positive.
Did you form that company?
I did not.
You have a leadership role in that company?
My title is senior consultant.
Senior consultant, okay. Are you a director or are you a director of that company?
No, sir.
Are you a stockholder?
I am not.
And what about ESCI? You said you're an employee of that company.
ESCI, yes. I'm a public safety consultant.
Right. So are you Do you have a leadership role in that company?
No, sir.
You're director?
I'm not.
Are you a stockholder?
I'm not.
Do you have any employment relationship? Strike that. Do you have any legal relationship with the Tesla company?
I do not know.
Have you ever done any consulting for Tesla as a company?
I can't speak for everything that ESRG has done as a company.
Do you know whether ESRG has done any consulting for Tesla?
I wouldn't have the answer to that. No.
Have you done any work with respect to Tesla battery systems while working with either ESRG or ESCI? Sorry.
I have worked with projects, and I have done hazard mitigation analysis, emergency response plans, and trainings for sites that utilize Tesla units. Yes.
In the past 2 years, what percentage of your time would you say was spent on working on projects involving Tesla battery systems?
I wouldn't have that direct number in front of me. They're one of the manufacturers that produce these units. I, through ESRG, have done planning and training and consulting on a variety of manufacturers and a variety of products.
So of all of the companies that you've done consulting for with respect to battery systems, battery energy systems, would you say Tesla represented more than 10% of that business over the last 2 years?
I would agree with that.
More than 20%?
I couldn't characterize an exact percentage. And again, when I'm involved with those type of projects, generally I'm working with either the fire department or the developer, or collaboratively with all. Sometimes the technology is Tesla. I don't have direct business dealings with them or interaction with them.
All right, so maybe my question was a little confusing. I'm not asking if you had direct business relationships with Tesla. I'm saying in the last 2 years, of all of the business you've done consulting regarding battery storage systems, you said that you testified that it was at least 20%, and I'm asking if I rephrase the question so that it's not in terms of the economics of that relationship, but simply what percentage of your time over the last 2 years was spent working with systems that had Tesla batteries, what would you say?
I think my prior answer was I believed it to be more than 10%. If I were, again, I don't know the exact number, if I were forced to make an estimate, between 15 and 30% of projects I deal with might use a Tesla-based technology.
15 to 30%.
That'd be an estimate.
In the last year, what would you say is the percentage of time you've spent consulting with regard to Tesla battery systems in the last year?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. I wouldn't.
Is it greater than 10%?
I would estimate greater than 10%.
Greater than 20%?
If I were forced to put it in a range, I would say that 15 to 30% might still be accurate.
Not higher?
I'm sorry?
Higher?
I'm sorry. My answer was, I believe 15 to 30% would be my best estimate.
And I'm saying, are you certain that it's not a higher range than 15 to 30%?
No, I'm not certain in these numbers, but I feel you're hoping for a percentage, so I'm trying my best to answer.
Is there anything you could look at that would refresh your recollection on that question?
No, I don't keep that type of data readily available.
How much of your time would you say since, let's use this year, 2026, how much of your time have you spent on the Oakham Tesla battery storage system project?
In 2026, we've had this 3 weeks of testimony, and we're in mid-March, so I would say it's that math. We are 11 weeks in. We've had 3 weeks of testimony, so I would 3/11ths would be about my estimate.
Okay, so you're saying that of those 11 weeks, only 3 of them were actually spent. I'm a little confused. I know you've testified. You must have been preparing for your testimony. You must have been looking at documents. You must have been doing other things. Is it fair to say that in the last, so where are we at? 11 weeks? In the last 11 weeks, you spent more than 50% of your time on this particular Oakham Tesla project?
You're asking in the last 11 weeks or 3 weeks?
No, from the beginning of the year.
From the beginning of the year, I would say my predominant involvement of the last I would say over the last 3 weeks, approximately half of my working hours related to battery energy storage were specific to this project.
What about the prior weeks in 2026?
I was providing testimony in a different EFSB hearing, which did not utilize Tesla technologies, and that I devoted much of my time to that in similar fashion to this.
When were you first retained by by Moraga or one of its parents to work on this project, the Tesla project in Oakham?
I don't deal with the business dealings nor the contracting, so I would have to get that in terms of our company being retained. I would have to get that information. Initially, I began drafting an emergency response plan, a hazard mitigation analysis, and I was part of the team that met initially with the stakeholders within the town, as well as conducted a town hall style public meeting regarding the project. I would have to ask Mr. Benito if he has those dates specifically. I don't have those in front of me. They were in the last calendar year.
Referring to the town hall type meeting that was held in Barre, Barre, Massachusetts.
I believe so, yes.
So was that the first time that you were engaged by the developer of this BEST project to assist them?
No, we had met prior with Chief Howe, the police chief, and some other internal stakeholders in Oakham.
And so that would have been sometime in 2025, correct?
Yeah, I don't have that date in front of me, but that characterization sounds accurate.
I may come back to these questions, but let me move on. On your you refer to
I'm sorry, sir, I'm missing some words.
Sorry, in your resume, you referred to a conference presentation with the page two of your resume, your CV. It's entitled Speaker line Future Forward : the Kansas Energy Economy Conference, Topeka, Kansas, 2025. Do you see that reference?
I do. I'm familiar with that.
Have you already spoken at that conference?
You know, I don't have the dates of the engagements in front of me, and I don't have the dates of the conference specifically in front of me. And I don't want to mischaracterize, but I believe those all happened in 2025.
Well, your resume, it has a 2025 date.
Yeah, I believe that to be accurate.
And it says that you're a panelist on battery storage, satisfying power demand safely, correct?
I believe that was the title of the forum, yes.
Were you the only panelist?
I was not.
And did you attend that on your own nickel, or did somebody pay for you to go to that conference?
My company, ESRG, I was paid to go to that conference.
And did they pick up all of your expenses, lodging, transportation, and so forth?
My company pays travel expenses when traveling on business purposes, yes.
Were there any other panelists at that conference that talked about battery storage issues, safety issues?
I believe there were four of us in total. One was a colleague of mine from ESRG, and I don't recall who the other gentlemen were.
In addition to the one conference presentation you have on your CV, have you been present in any other conference presentations or, similar presentations on the safety issues with regard to a BESS battery pack system?
Are you asking if I've presented or been present?
Presented.
No.
Okay. All right, as I say, I may come back to those questions. Let's move on. So, at the last hearing where you testified, there was an exhibit that was, it was labeled RR EFSB 9-1. It doesn't have a title, but it has a summary of 6 different incidents at battery locations, starting with Victoria Big Battery and ending with Glendale Battery Storage Facility. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
When you just said the last hearing, are you referring to a previous hearing or a previous day of testimony of this hearing?
Well, so my recollection may be off, but the last time you testified in this hearing, did you not testify with respect to this, or strike that? Did you not testify about this particular chart that I'm referring to?
Would you be able to?
Benito,
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to chime in and say, I think what happened was Mr. Benito began to speak about it and then said that Chief Morris would be the person that can respond to it more appropriately. And that's why, so I think if we pull up 9-1, that's the chart that Mr. Reich is talking about.
I appreciate it. That's
Okay, excuse me, 1 second, just so that you can keep track of your documents here, 9-1 comes out 91 unless you tell me otherwise.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
EFS 9-1. Okay.
9-1, thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. I now do remember that Mr. Benito deferred to Mr. Morris, and so we have him here today. So can we get that document up on the screen, please?
Mr. Chang, are you on that?
You're muted, Chen.
Excuse me. I'm looking at Mr. Reich. Could you repeat the exhibit that you're looking for?
It's labeled RREFSB-9 parens 1 end parens.
All right, I'm getting at it. Can you see on the screen, Mr. Reich?
If I can blow it up at my end. I do see it. Is it possible to make it a little bit bigger?
Is there anything in particular you wish to zoom in?
Well, I'm going to go down through each of these things, so we could start with the Victoria. All right. So, Mr. Morris, when was this chart prepared, if you know?
It was prepared in response to an information request, and it was revised as part of a records request, I
Okay.
believe, of this hearing. I don't have the dates in front of me.
Okay. Is it more than a month ago when this chart was prepared?
I'm not sure of the date of the initial information request it came off of, and I know the record request would have been within these hearings.
Record request is filed on March 16th.
Thank you.
Okay, but thank you, Mr. Kaplan, but he did refer to a prior version of this. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Morris?
To my recollection, this was information that was part of, and I may be mistaken, and if I am, I'm happy for anyone to correct me. I believe there was an information request initially, and then a records request, I believe, by the board for some additional information.
Okay, so I'll go back to the question. You see this chart on the screen. This is a document that you prepared. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I thought you said you prepared a prior version, but then when a record request came in from the EFSB, you may have revised that earlier chart. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would have to refer to the specific request of the record for the additional detail they were looking for, but I believe I attempted to provide it in the revision.
This is Evan Albert. If it's helpful, the record request itself states that the prior record request was EFSB S-14 The record request was to update it.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said, Eden, sorry.
I just wanted to note for the record that the prior record request was EFSB S-14 That was the prior information request, and the record request EFSB-9 asked Mr. Morris to update it.
Okay, and what was the date of the original record request?
I don't have that in front of me. I could find it, but it would certainly be noted on the record, on the information request. Sorry, did you say the record request or the original information request?
Oh, well, if it was an original information or whatever, whichever it was, information request, record request, the prior document that he's referring to.
I could find it. It's in the record.
That's fine. Mr. Morris, have you updated, strike that, have you made any further investigation of the causes and circumstances of this reported fire since the time that you prepared this document that's on the screen?
I did not conduct any cause or origin investigations related to any of these fires.
All right, it's not exactly the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is, have you made any attempt to speak with the authorities, speak with the developer whose battery site this was, or to anybody else that might have knowledge about the conditions and the cause of this fire?
I'd have to refer to the record request transcript. I believe the board had asked me specifically not to reach out to any AHJs, but to rely on information as it was publicly available if possible. I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that was the request from the board. So no, I did not speak with any developers of these projects.
Did you speak to any public officials?
I did not, no.
All right. So Mr. Pucci has already interrogated you about this project. I won't go back over his questioning, but is the conclusion in post-fire, the category post-fire cleanup environmental testing publicly available, the conclusion in that section of the chart, is that conclusion written by you?
I would ask Mr. Cheng to, it's so zoomed in, I can't see that column.
Okay.
If at all possible.
Right, sure. And then maybe you can blow that up. Yeah, okay.
I believe yes.
Do you remember what the laboratory results were from the samples that were collected?
I don't. Again, this was a summary of any publicly available information as requested by the board.
Okay. So it looks, to me, it looks like your focus was on possible contamination of water. Am I correct?
I believe, and again, I would speak back to or refer back to the transcript of the records request. I believe one of the focuses of the board in their record request was to determine about water application or the use of fire suppression water as it were publicly available.
Okay, but your last sentence says laboratory results from those samples, presumably water samples, indicated the likelihood of the fire having a material impact on the water was minimal. So you're not speaking there about water that was used to put out the fire, are you?
No, I'm trying to relay whatever publicly available information was produced publicly in response to the board's record request.
All right. Do you know whether any gases were released into the air, the ambient air, as a result of this fire?
Are you saying was there in terms of smoke?
Any gases from smoke? Yes. Was there smoke in this fire?
I would presume that the fire produced smoke.
All right. So the fire and its smoke or gas attributes were not contained within the battery pack. Is that fair to say?
I don't have any specific information about the smoke or its travel.
Okay. Can you make an educated, with all of your expertise, is it fair to say that there must have been smoke and gas emitted as a result of this fire?
So smoke is in part gas. So I just don't want to differ. I know I nitpick terminology.
Yeah.
But I would presume that this fire produced smoke of some quantity.
Okay. But do you know what gases were emitted?
I do not know.
I'm going to go through these and then I'll go back to the issue of gases emitted from various fires. Now we have the next category, Mr. Chang, that's the Elkhorn Bess PG&E site, right? So that's 182.5 megawatt. So that's about the same size as the Oakham Bess facility, correct?
That would be a similar size of installation, yes.
Right. Okay. So in the reported cause public, which you authored, it states, and you tell me if I read this wrong, the root cause analysis of the incident identified the cause to be significant water ingress, which ultimately allowed electrical short to initiate the thermal runaway of the battery cells. Correct?
Yes, I authored that summary. I did not author the root cause analysis itself. I believe ESRG, the company I work for, was part of the public report of technical findings for this incident. I was not part of that project, though.
All right, but you got it on good information that there was a significant water ingress, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there was water ingress that resulted in an electrical short.
And a thermal runaway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what I see here is in the last sentence, you say rainwater intrusion into the units was a result of displaced umbrella valves on the roof, displaced during the installation of new vent shields. Is that a correct reading?
Yes.
Can you explain what umbrella valves are?
I would refer you to the public report of technical findings. Again, I did not conduct this technical analysis. This was designed as a summary of those findings. That is a publicly available document, though.
Right. In your experience, you must know what you must know what an umbrella valve is on the roof of a BESS unit.
Generally speaking about umbrella valves, they're designed to prevent rainwater intrusion, but the passage of air. I don't have specific knowledge to the specific umbrella valves in question.
Okay. Now, this description refers to a roof. So would this have been an outside facility or an inside facility?
But this was an exterior,
Okay.
an outside installation, correct?
So referring to the best that's proposed for Oakham, in the design that you've seen and been part of discussions about, do the battery packs have a roof?
Yeah, yes, there is a top to the enclosure.
Okay. And is that enclosure designed to have some type of umbrella valve or something else to prevent rainwater from getting into the system?
So on the Tesla Megapack 2XL, and again, these were a different iteration of Megapack at Elkhorn. The roof of the enclosure, as you would call it, or the top, involves much of the thermal management system. It has its own independent rating for weatherproof. Below that is the enclosure of the batteries, which has a separate IP rating, I believe. I don't want to misspeak. I know it's in the report. I believe the roof has an IP20 and the enclosure itself is an IP55.
What does that mean, IP20, IP55?
The numbers themselves relate to the ability to withstand intrusion of dust, wind, rain. I have not committed to memory the exact number to qualification schematic they use. And that's not a Tesla specific rating. That is a industry standard for enclosures.
So why are there two ratings, IP20 and IP55?
I'm not sure of the exact criteria for the two separate ratings.
Is the proposed Tesla Megapack unit to be placed at the Oakham facility? Does that have a rating, an IP rating?
That's what I'm referring to. I apologize if I misspoke. In my previous statement, I was referring to the Megapack 2XLs proposed in this project.
Okay. So you don't know what the IP levels are for this Elkhorn facility, is that correct?
Correct, I do not. That may be available in that report of technical findings. But again, I wasn't part of the investigative team on this.
Okay. So you don't know whether, strike that. Is IP20 and IP 50, is it 50 or 55?
I would have to reference the engineering report. I believe it to be 55.
Okay. So are those standards set by some industry standard association?
I believe. I'm not familiar with the origins of those ratings, though.
Okay. And as a fire chief and an expert on, or certainly somebody that's very familiar with best facilities, are those two designations considered, how would you describe the risk level for those designations?
The determination of ability of an enclosure to withstand, say, rainwater intrusion or exterior contaminants is part of the engineering design of the unit.
Right, but how would you characterize them in terms of, you're a risk analyst, how would you describe those particular ratings in terms of the risk of water intrusion into a best facility?
Again, I haven't committed to memory the relation to the numbering schematic to thresholds, but that would be information that would be in the engineering report.
All right, so you don't know whether that's the top level in terms of prevention of water water getting into a best unit, correct?
No, I don't. Yeah, I do not have that answer.
Okay, let's go to the third project. Boulder Combe Battery Project, Queensland, Australia. So, Mr. Chang, if you can just get that one on the screen. I think you've gone to the second page. Bottom of the first page. Yep.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, if you could just blow that
Yeah,
up.
let me know if when you want me to turn the page.
My apologies. Okay. So yeah, if we could just blow up the Boulder Comb battery project set of blocks, make those bigger on the screen. Okay. So Chief, again, what is the basis of your information on this Boulder Comb battery project fire?
There were some public statements and news reporting from the parent company, as well as a listing in the EPRI failure database.
Okay. Do you know how long the battery fire burned?
Again, my view is very zoomed in here. I
Well,
believe there's some information about that within the response.
Mr. Chang, if you can just make it a little bit smaller so he can read the fire duration.
It looks like, unless you could scroll to the second page, I'm not sure if there's. Yeah, so I don't see anything specific. It described in their public reporting as a low intensity fire. This was in the GenX statement and the public reporting on it from Australia. The preliminary root cause analysis indicated the fire actually originated in electrical equipment on the AC side, the grid side of the installation. That fire spread to the Megapack unit, at which point the safety systems initiated and the fire was contained to that one unit.
Okay. Was this a Tesla BESS unit, as far as you know?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And by the AC side, you mean the side where the kind of behind the meter side of the facility, correct? Not connected.
So I apologize. Go ahead.
No, that's my question.
From the reporting available, it started on the power electronics interface on an AC bus bar, which would be power controls outside of the enclosure, and spread from there to the enclosure.
Okay. So is the proposed design of the BESS unit at Oakham, will it have a similar design as this Boulder Comb battery project had?
Again, I'm only familiar with the public reporting as requested on these projects. But yes, BESS enclosures are required to have interfacing electrics components to connect to the grid.
All right. So if a fault occurred on the AC side of the Megapack unit in Boulder Comb, in your opinion, is there a risk that that same kind of a fire could occur at the BESS unit that's proposed to be installed in Oakham?
So my understanding of the Boulder Comb incident was the fire originated outside of the BESS enclosure on separate electric components, and spread to within the unit. With any electrical infrastructure, and this isn't specific to BESS, there is always the possibility of a failure. And that holds true for transformers, inverters, common electrical infrastructure components. So that is always a possibility within electrical infrastructure.
All right. So then your testimony is that if the BESS unit, I think you said the BESS unit has a similar structure, BESS unit that's proposed for Oakham has a similar structure, that there could such a fire occurring outside of the BESS unit and then spreading to the BESS unit with potential risk facility in Oakham, correct?
I don't have any specific information regarding the setup or configuration of the Queensland, Australia site, so I can't speak to what their configuration was. I can say that obviously the proposed installation for Oakham has electric components apart from the enclosures.
Okay. And so it is possible that those electric components outside of the enclosure could burn and then lead to a fire in the BESS. Is that correct?
I don't know of any engineered components or electrical components in the world that have a 0% chance of fire. No.
Thank you. Let's go to the California Flats Solar Project. That's listed as a 200, let's see, what's the. Okay, Mr. Chang, you're on the right page. If you could just blow up that particular block, California Flats, good. That's a 280 mega, yes, 280 megawatt project. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what EPRI database says.
Okay. So there's no information provided under reported cause, fire duration, or post-fire cleanup, correct?
Yeah, there wasn't, the database didn't have a significant amount of information on that incident.
So when you say the database, were you looking at a particular database that's maintained by somebody, or are we just looking at news reports and other information?
Yes. So generally, to gather this material, one option is the EPRI failure database, as has been discussed previous in testimony. It's a EPRI is a nonprofit group, and one of their functions is they essentially index or gather information about BESS failures worldwide and try and kind of aggregate that information as it is credible. Additionally, with some of the previous incidents we discussed, there are publicly released either root cause analyses, reports of technical findings. If those documents are produced and accessible, they provide a little bit more detail, but not all incidents, especially ones that are more recent, have that level of publicly available information.
Okay. Have you checked again since compiling this chart to see if there's any publicly available information on this Elkhorn, sorry, this California Flats solar project?
Yeah, I don't have any additional information on it now.
That's not a BESS project, or is it?
To the best of my knowledge, it is there was a battery system in addition to solar, some type of solar installation.
Okay. Was it a Tesla system, as far as you know?
Yes, it was reported as a megapack system.
Okay.
And again, the information that's publicly available is kind of scant on that incident.
All right. Let's go to the town site solar storage, Boulder City, Nevada. Mr. Chang, it's the next one down. There we are. Okay. So that's described as a 360 megawatt per hour megapack. So am I right that means it's a 90 megawatt facility?
If it was designed for 4-hour durations, the math would be correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's see. Could you define what you mean by, in your description of the reported cause, a limited thermal incident?
I'm taking that verbiage direct from the database. Again, I don't have firsthand investigatory or analysis experience with these. I was kind of asked to aggregate publicly available information as expressed in the headers of the columns. So I take their words.
So would you describe an incident that involves a more than one battery pack, a limited thermal incident, or wouldn't that be a rather significant rather than a limited thermal incident?
Again, I didn't add these descriptors, and I think those are subjective. You could have a incident within an enclosure that's confined to a handful of cells and not spread throughout the module or enclosure. But again, I don't have that information about these, but that would be an incident where even if you had 2 of the enclosures involved in a thermal incident where the safety systems had to trigger, they may not spread throughout the enclosures. So I guess the use of limited or significant are both subjective, but again, It's wording I gathered from public sources, not contextualized.
So you don't really have any specific information about why they use that term?
I don't.
Okay. Let's go to the Glendale Battery Storage Facility, Glendale, Arizona. I think Mr. Pucci asked you about that one as well. So that's described as a 25 megawatt system, correct?
That's the information in the database, correct?
And because there's no information under fire duration, units involved or post-fire cleanup, have you checked again with, the ER, see if I get this right, the EPRI database or any other database to see if there's any further information about this facility?
Correct. I have not found any updates regarding this facility or incident.
Okay. So before I get off this particular chart, I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with get the report in front of me. A report that's in the record of this proceeding, and it's called the MAHB. It's the Massachusetts Association of Health Boards. Report dated June 11th, 2025. Are you familiar with that?
Do you have either if that was a record request or an attachment, just so I could, or if it could be pulled up on the screen, please?
I don't have that in front of me. I had thought it was perhaps attached to Mr. Warbass's testimony, but I'm not sure. Let me ask you the questions and we can determine if it's in the record already. So at page, the pages aren't numbered, but at the 1, 2, 3, fifth page of this report, which is a multiple page report. I think it's 7 pages. It has a chapter on toxic contents of smoke from runaway fire events at lithium ion battery fires. Okay, and this is what it lists as the toxic gases released. And I wanted to ask you if if you agree with this list.
Is there an attachment number or a way I could reference the report? I just want to be thorough.
Maybe at a break I can check. Mr. Pucci, do you have that report? Is that part of your filings?
I think now would be a good time to take a break and
I'll consult
confer with Mr. Pucci.
Sure.
Let's take a break until 3:45.
Right.
So off the record, Mr. Arsenal. Thank you.
Thank you.
George, you still on?
What are you looking for?
This is that Health Department Association, MAHB, Mass Association.
Yeah, it would have been attached to Matt Broderick's testimony.
Okay.
I don't know what exhibit that is. I don't have it handy.
Okay.
It's definitely in that. It was attached to that. Yeah, that exhibit.
Testimony. So do you remember when you filed that by any chance?
Yeah, whatever the due date was.
Was that January 20th, maybe? When we filed that?
Let me check, actually. I'll be able to tell.
Okay.
No, it would have been on a Friday, Matt, I think.
Okay.
PFT deadline I had was the 23rd.
So would it filed on that date, 23rd?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find the exhibit number. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
George, what day did you say it was filed?
It would have been the
23rd, I
Friday,
think.
the 23rd.
23rd, okay. Of January, right?
Yeah. And I gotta hit the men's room on this break, so I'll if you can't, that's when it was filed, though, Ken. You should have it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the docket, but you know what? I could just email you a copy of it.
Oh, you do have it available.
Oh, I'm sure I do. Let me
Yeah.
find it real quick and just let me just verify that I've got it handy, but I think I do.
Because otherwise I can try to find it.
It was here it is. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Massachusetts Association of Health Boards, and it's like an
Right.
8-page paper, right?
Right. So could
All
Mr.
right.
Chang just put that up? Would that be possible?
I don't. He could if it went in, but I can also just email it to you right now if that's easier.
Well, I am
No.
seeing it. Yeah, I'm seeing it in the docket itself. I
Yeah.
wanted
Okay. I just
to
don't know
make
where to
sure
find. I just looked and I didn't see it, but
Oh, okay.
it-
Let
it
me so let me see if I can copy it um and then maybe have that copy put up. Just a second.
okay.
Okay. All right. So do what you need to do. I'll
Okay.
yep. Yeah, I don't know.
Just in case you had trouble finding it, I just emailed it to you.
Oh, okay. That'll make it easier for me to print it off. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Steve? I need to do a share screen if you can come in. Get back on the record. Yeah, well, I think as soon as he says we're back on the record, then. But here, let me show you where it is. It's in my.
Yeah, it's on Adobe, right?
I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So what should I do? Open it up?
Yeah, open it up.
Yeah.
Okay, now get zoom. Now it does. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, just hang tight. Yeah.
All right, let's just check in here. We're not on the record yet.
So I have the document that you sent me that I can, with a little technical help, get up on the screen.
Okay.
So I just need to be able to share it. So let me just try it.
Okay. And let me just ask, I'm a little concerned that we're not going to finish by 5. I would like to finish today. I'm wondering what people's availability is to go beyond 5, and I'll start with the stenographer. Did you hear that, Mr. Arsenal?
No, I didn't.
Wondering whether you have availability to go beyond 5 if we don't finish by then.
Yes,
Like, do you have availability to go as far as 6 if need be?
if need be, yes.
I mean, my preference is not to go that late. Really, I mean, I'm hoping but it does seem it might go after 5. Mr. Pucci, are you able to go as late as 6 o'clock if need be?
Yes.
Company panel? Mr. Kaplan, are you able to stay till 6 if need be? I don't know if they
I don't
can
know if
hear.
they heard you, yeah.
Mr. Kaplan, can you hear me, Mr. Kaplan? I'm going to email him. Mr. Reich, are you able to stay till 6 o'clock if need be?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to bring up the document? I'm not looking at the screen. Are you able to bring it up on the screen?
It should be on the screen right now.
Okay. Mr. Chang, can you confirm that it is?
Can you do that?
You did. I did.
I see a request from Mr. Reich,
Yes.
requesting to present,
Oh, okay. So,
but I can also pull up any document as you can.
well, so if you honor the request to share, then I can share it.
If you could, I think that would be probably
Okay.
preferred, since you can scroll as you see fit.
Yeah,
But
sure.
I'm happy to help anytime.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Is it granted?
Yeah, yeah. So you've granted the request, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask if you can see.
Can you see it now?
No, we're not seeing anything right now.
Okay, try it again.
Yes, it's on the screen right now.
Now you see it? Oh, terrific. Okay, good. So is everybody back?
Well, I don't know that Mr. Kaplan has heard us yet.
I can hear you. I'm sorry. What
Okay.
did I miss?
Question, not on the record quite yet. Are you able to, are the company's attorneys able to stay as late as 6 o'clock if need be?
Yes.
Okay, great. On the record, and we will continue with Mr. Reich.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, are you able to see? No, I'm sorry. Fire Chief Morris, are you able to see what I put up on the screen, which is labeled MAHB, Massachusetts Association of Health Boards, June 11th, 2025?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I'm just gonna, I don't want to get anybody nauseous, but I'm going to go down to the 5th or 6th page. So it's
Right, if I
entitled.
can interject real quickly.
Sure.
I was able to find this document too.
Mr. Chang.
Caleb, you need to put your microphone down.
Okay.
No, Caleb, your microphone probably isn't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yes, I identified this document as Exhibit A as part of the testimony of Matthew Broderick.
Correct. Yes. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chang.
You did find it, Mr. Chang?
Yes. Yes, it's confirmed in the record.
Is that its full designation, Mr. Chang?
That will be I think our convention put it as that will be an Oakham expert, so witness. So that will be OAK-MB Exhibit A.
Okay. Are we set to go?
Just because I don't know, is this a new exhibit? Are you putting a new exhibit in the record? Are you referring to an old exhibit? I don't know if I.
Referring to an already existing exhibit that's in the record.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So Mr. Morris, referring to the unnumbered page that has at the top toxic contents of smoke. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Okay. Do you see the sentence, this is the third sentence in the second paragraph?
Excuse me, I have to stop for a second. I'm sorry. Something is not working right here.
Yeah.
I'm having a little glitch. If you can just bear with me a second. Okay, let's see if we can go now.
All right. Are we good?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Referring to the second paragraph, I'm going to read it and you just tell me if I'm reading it accurately. When a lithium-ion battery catches fire, comma, it releases a complex mixture of toxic and hazardous substances in the smoke. Would you agree with that statement, Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Second sentence, the exact composition can vary depending on the battery's chemistry, size, and how it was damaged. Do you agree with that statement?
That is what it's on the screen. In the testing, we know exactly what gases come off of the proposed installation.
Okay. Third sentence says batteries in BSS facilities are of the largest size and the risks are at the outer edge of the extremes. Would you agree with that?
I'm unclear on what the terminology on the outer edge of the extremes would be. So I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Is it true that that in terms of gas release, a best fire is more, it releases more toxic gas than, let's say, an ordinary fire in your fireplace?
All fires release different products of combustion. You'd have to be specific about gases. I think that's a generality.
Okay. Does you see the list of toxic gases released on this page under item I?
I do. I wouldn't categorize CO2 as a toxic gas, but I see that listed in this bullet point.
Right. So, are all of these gases typically released in, let's say, a fire in somebody's fireplace?
If you're saying burning just wood in a fireplace,
Right.
carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide would be potentially hydrogen cyanide, dependent on what type of wood was being burned. So these could be present in BESS fires. They could be present in other fires in the built environment.
What about hydrogen fluoride?
In regards to a fire in your fireplace,
Yes.
that would be unlikely.
Okay. What about hydrogen cyanide?
Hydrogen cyanide appears in a lot of residential structure fires. A large part of it is treated woods that burn create hydrogen cyanide. So they are present in other types of fires, and they can be present in trace amounts in BESS fires.
Okay. But typically, I expect the normal household is not going to burn treated wood in its fireplace. Am I correct?
No, but if we're referring to a house fire, another
Yes.
type of fire, hydrogen cyanide would likely be present.
Okay. Sulfur dioxide?
That's not in a campfire or a natural wood fire in your fireplace. I wouldn't expect to find that, no.
All right. So are there any other toxic gases that are potentially released in a lithium ion battery fire?
So again, I'd refer you to the UL 9548 testing, which explicitly states the exact gases and their volumetric measurements that came off of this specific battery and these specific installations. I think the statement here is kind of a generality about what could be from lithium-ion batteries as a whole.
Okay. But it does seem to include the various the various substances that I just asked you about, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
A lithium ion battery fire typically would produce the kinds of toxic gases that are listed under I. Am I correct?
It can, it won't always will, and it won't always in concentrations that are hazardous to life.
Okay. Let's look at the list under item I. These are volatile organic compounds. Do you see that?
I see that. Yep.
Okay. And again, if Mr. Pucci's already asked these questions, I apologize. You can go very quickly through them. So benzene, is that a
I'd have to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, the question for generally is, are these gases typically emitted from a BESS facility that has a fire?
So the exact gases that are emitted from the proposed enclosure are listed in the 9540A.
No,
I could refer.
in the proposed enclosure.
Correct. So the 9540A is the battery cells and modules in this proposed enclosure. Correct.
Okay. So going back to these three, benzene, toluene, formaldehyde, are any or all of them emitted in the type of enclosure that's associated with the BESS facility proposed for the site?
If I could pull up the 9548 testing, I would have to see if there was any measurements of those.
Is that something you could do readily?
If anyone from the company could direct me to the attachment number for the 9540A. Hold on, I apologize. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see.
We're just checking.
Yep.
So-
I think I might be there.
Ms. Lowe, I assume what you just sent is the attachment number?
Is
Yes.
attachment? Apologies.
So
Exhibit.
can you just say it?
Yeah. Exhibit MS-F parentheses S1 is
Sorry,
the searchable document.
I can't hear the difference between an S and an F, please.
MS as in snake dash F as in forest parentheses S snake 1.
Thank you.
Mr. Morris, have you been able to have the exhibit or find the exhibit?
Yes. So as Mrs. Lowe spoke, I believe attachment F, page 15 of 59, which is the EFSB numbering on top, page 13 of the actual document, lists the gases that were measured during UL 9548 testing.
All right. And so if you've got that up, so what are the well, strike that. Are benzene, toluene, or formaldehyde on that list of gases that you just referred to?
Benzene at a 0.002% concentration. I'm sorry, could you repeat the others that were not benzene?
Toluene.
Toluene at a 0.001% concentration.
And formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde is not listed as detected.
Okay. Particulate matter, both PM 2.5 and PM 10.
So particulate matter is not a gas species tested during UL 9548 testing. It refers to particulate matter that happens anytime a fire happens. So there's no data from that per se.
All right. If there were a fire at the BESS facility that's being proposed for this site, is it likely that it would emit particulate matter, PM 2.5 or PM 10?
All fires of combustibles would emit particulate matter of some concentration or level.
Okay. What about heavy metals?
None of the testing has documentation on that. Some of the metals listed there, such as nickel, cobalt, manganese, are not present in the proposed batteries.
Are any of those metals listed present in the batteries?
In part, lithium compounds and aluminum oxides are part of the components of batteries.
Okay. So is it likely that if there was a lithium ion, sorry, strike that. Is it likely if there was a fire at a BESS facility of the type that's being proposed for the site, that there would be an emission of at least lithium compounds and aluminum oxide?
I don't have any data on that.
Okay. So that wasn't tested for? Is that what you're saying?
That's not part of the UL 9540A testing, as it's not a gas.
Okay. It's a heavy metal. So are you aware that a fire at a BESS facility could emit heavy metals?
When you say emit,
well, if you did air sampling in the vicinity of the facility, are you likely to find heavy metal compounds in the air as a result of a lithium ion fire?
So to characterize it, I'd be in agreement with Massachusetts DEP and the Division Fire Services that in instance that have been measured, there's been no contaminant concentrations beyond the immediate fire scene that posed any risk to public health.
Okay, and how do they define beyond the immediate fire scene?
That's a statement from Mass DEP and Mass Division of Fire Services.
You know what they mean by beyond the immediate vicinity?
I don't.
Okay. Could it be 600 feet away?
As I said, I don't know their characterization of that.
All right, I have no further questions on that particular document. Just get that off my screen. So
Mr. Raj, you might
Yeah.
want to stop sharing at the moment until you find another document that you wish to share. Otherwise, everyone can see your computer screen.
I don't want that to happen, so why don't we stop me sharing? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's see.
Mr. Morris, going back to the chart that we referred to before that had the 6 incidents that you compiled, the 6 worldwide incidents for Tesla units. It was on the screen as, again, I don't have the exhibit, but it was, I think RR EFSB 9 parens 9 parens 1. Do you remember that chart, Mr.?
I do.
So why did you only study 6 cases or 6 events?
I believe the initial information request was, and I don't want to speak for it, but had a defined time frame and defined manufacturer.
Are you aware of testimony in this, either testimony or an IR response that indicates that there have been some 30 fires at or other like serious incidents at best facilities, and I don't have the time frame, but 30 was the number that I came across.
Yeah, that includes manufacturers beyond Tesla.
Okay.
And that's worldwide.
Right. And how many of those facilities, of the 30, how many were Tesla facilities?
I would refer back to the initial IR. I believe there was a time frame and the manufacturer Tesla. Those are all the known occurrences listed in the database.
Okay. All right. So that's the reason you didn't include any of those 30 on your list?
No, I was directed to just include Tesla products.
Okay. Are you aware, besides what was on your list and what you included, are you aware of fires at more than 6 facilities at Tesla units, say in the past 2 years?
Not of Tesla units, no.
Are you aware of those kinds of fires at units using BESS technology?
Yes.
Okay. So when when you were not here and I was questioning Mr. Benito about a Tesla manual that we had on the screen, and I don't have the exact number, but it was the most, I think it was filed March 16th. It was a Tesla emergency hazard manual. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
I am.
Okay. Have you seen the Tesla exhibit that was filed on March 16th that contains that manual?
I have.
Okay. Is it accurate to say that the manual summarized hazards associated with Tesla type battery units?
I believe if you could pull up that document, that would be helpful to my testimony. Is that something that could be put on the screen?
Mr. Cheng, can you help me on that one, please?
No problem.
Thank you.
Yes, so this would be for Tesla technology, including their mega pack and power packs.
All right. Could you go to paragraph 3.4, please? Mr. Chang, is it possible to make that a little bigger? Let's see. Oh, now I can see it better. Okay. Yeah. Paragraph 3.4. Okay. Do you see that on the screen, Mr. Morris?
I do.
Okay. Is it true that these hazards associated with mechanical damage to a Tesla unit include leaked battery pack coolant, leaked refrigerant, leaked cell electrolyte, rapid heating of individual cells due to exothermic reaction of materials, otherwise, strike that last comment, with a paren self-thermal runaway, venting of cells and propagation of self-heating and thermal runaway reactions to neighboring cells.
Yes, so these are all hazards NFPA 855 directs us to address in the hazard mitigation analysis and emergency response plan. Yes.
And then go to 3.5, which is the next number down, Mr. Chang. Thank you. This says hazards associated with leaked coolant. Okay, so is that a known hazard in with lithium ion batteries of the type that'll be used in the proposed BESS unit?
Are you saying is the hazard, I believe it lists the hazards. Are you saying that is this information accurate?
Yes.
Yes, so this would be the ethylene glycol 50/50 water mix, very similar to coolant in automobiles.
Okay. And I assume all of these categories that we're looking at are scenarios that may not occur every day, of course, but could occur with a BESS type unit. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in terms of mechanical failure, they're talking about a often caused by some physical impact on the unit, a plane crash into it, something to that effect, that would cause a mechanical failure of both that system and the unit itself. So these are possibilities, yes.
Okay. Could such mechanical hazard be caused by a WB67 truck turning over?
Are you asking if a truck rolled over onto these units, would it damage them?
Yes.
Well, yes. I'm unclear of electrical infrastructure that wouldn't be damaged by a truck rolling over onto it.
Okay. Let's just keep scrolling down, Mr. Chang, if you don't mind. So I don't know if I've already asked you about this, so let's go back for a second. Go back to 3.5. So this part of the manual indicates that there are hazards associated with leaked coolant. Is that true?
That's the title of the section, yep.
Okay. And is leaked coolant a hazard or a risk in the construction or operation of a BESS unit?
So I think, again, they're referring to the ethylene glycol, which is in the coolant mix. Again, similar to a vehicle's coolant.
Yep. So, and the answer is yes?
Yes, this section lists those hazards, correct.
And those are hazards that are associated with a BESS unit of the type that's going to be installed in Oakham. Is that true?
Yeah, they'd be associated with any system that has coolant in it.
Okay. And for 3.6, it's hazard associated with leaked refrigerant. Is that a different hazard than leaked coolant?
Yes, that would be a leak of the refrigerant.
Okay. And again, that's a risk that could be associated with with the construction or operation of a Tesla battery-powered unit, battery unit, correct?
Yes, leaked refrigerant is a risk with any mechanical equipment that has refrigerant in it.
All right. Mr. Chang, if you could just scroll down to 3.7, and then for 3.7 is hazard associated with leaked electrolyte. Is that correct?
That's the title of this section, yes.
All right. Now let's go to
I think this section spells out why those risks are very remote for the reasons listed.
yes. Okay. Let's roll down to transportation, which is number 12, Mr. Cheng. So, Mr. Morris, I'm purposely skipping over the other categories other than transportation, which include emergency cases, uh, uh, well, I can't read my own handwriting, but finalizing, I'll find it. Anyway, I'm going to skip over those categories that are in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and go to category 12 without indicating that those are not also important to this project. But in the interest of time, let's look at transportation. Is it true that lithium batteries are regulated as a Class 9 miscellaneous dangerous good, parens also known as hazardous materials, pursuant to the International Civil Aviation Organization? Is that true?
Yes, that is their classification. When only while in transport,
Right.
what you're referring to are Department of Transportation regulations that discuss, how something is categorized during the transport process. Class 9 miscellaneous tends to be a kind of large catch-all grouping of the 9 DOT hazard classes. So lithium-ion
I'm
battery.
sorry, of the what?
I apologize, of the 9 DOT Department of Transportation hazard classes. Other examples that fall within that are first aid kits, dry ice, ammonium fertilizer, things like that.
All right. And these regulations would also apply to transportation by truck, am I correct?
Yes, while they're being transported
Right.
to the site, once installed, Department of Transportation criteria no longer applies.
Right. So if there was an accident with a truck on the way to the site in the town of Oakham, or on the way up the road, on the way down Colebrook Road, or on the way up the driveway, if there was an accident, there's a risk that some of these hazardous materials could be spilled. Am I correct?
You're referring to the previously listed like Section 3 hazards?
No, lithium batteries are regulated as a Class 9, so I'm talking about the lithium batteries themselves. If they were to drop off the truck, since they're listed as hazardous materials, is there a risk that there could be some danger to the public from them dropping off the truck if the truck got into an accident, if the truck turned over, and so forth?
Would the batteries be hazardous? I'm just asking for clarity on the question.
Well, you told me the lithium batteries, you agreed, are regulated as Class 9 miscellaneous dangerous goods under various Department of Transportation regulations. So there is a reason for listing things as dangerous in transport, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those reasons are that you could have a fire in transport, you could have a crash, in this case of a truck, you could have the truck turning over. So any of these incidents could cause lithium batteries, which are labeled as hazardous materials, to be spilled, correct?
If there was a truck accident involving them, they could be spilled, correct?
Right. Thank you. Let's see if I have. Mr. Presiding Officer, just give me a second to look over my notes. All right. I appreciate your time and your service. I'm through questioning you.
Thank you.
All right. Let me just check in. If the Saupeys are present, ask them if they have any questions for the witness. and then moving on to the board staff.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just have a few questions to follow up from the last time we spoke. The first of which is you used the acronym UVIR in your testimony last time to refer to the thermal imaging cameras. And for the record, could you just state what that acronym stands for?
Sure. Ultraviolet and infrared. I don't remember the exact testimony, but generally when I refer to UV, IR, thermal, it represents a range of possible flame detection equipment that's defined in NFPA 72 as a fire detection system.
Thank you. I appreciate the acronym and the added explanation there. Next, I know the ERP and HMA are both in draft form, and the next steps would be to solicit the feedback from the Oakham Fire Department. Could you clarify when in the project process each of those drafts would be finalized and whether the document would be effectively a living document that would get updated at some periodic time?
Sure. Both of them are in draft format. In this instance, the fire department declined to kind of participate in any further drafting. That's a little unique, so we are a little behind where we would hope to be. In terms of the hazard mitigation analysis, that is generally complete once all site details and fire department collaboration is complete, as that's really specific to the technology and the site. The emergency response plan essentially stays in draft form until construction, completion, and we're able to train the first responders in a collaborative fashion on the emergency response plan. So kind of that stays in that form until commissioning. At that point, code and best practice requires it to be reviewed and traded upon annually. So it stays a living document in that sense. Updates to the hazard mitigation analysis would usually only be if there was a site or technology change, which isn't anticipated in this case. The emergency response plan should be updated annually as it includes specifics, for example, phone numbers or where key boxes are located. So it's very important that those plans get reviewed and traded upon annually. So that's how it becomes kind of a living document.
Thank you. And to be a little more specific, would the HMA be finalized before construction, before commissioning, before operation? What specific stage?
Generally, the HMA is finalized before construction.
Okay, thank you. If you were going to say more, please go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all I got.
Okay. You also mentioned an emergency operations plan. When would that be finalized?
A lot of that, so the emergency operations plan is specific to the construction and workers who are on site during construction and commissioning, not the long-term planning. That document is usually once, a lot of that safety documentation already exists once contractors are selected and on site. We work in conjunction to just determine the emergency response procedures. Essentially, it's to bridge the gap between the time of construction and actual commissioning should an emergency arise. So those are required by code to be complete and trained upon prior to the units themselves arriving on site. And that's what we would be committed to.
And is that document also something that would be shared with personnel at the town or the Oakham Fire Department? Or is that more in-depth? Okay.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Yeah, no, absolutely. All these documents are designed to be created and maintained in collaboration. The ERP is really facing the first responders, where the EOP is really facing and designed for the construction workers. So they kind of address two different audiences. But I'm a big tent type of person in terms of developing these plans. So the more people that we can train on it, the better.
Thank you. Today, you mentioned that the 2023 and even 2026 edition of NFPA 855 have not been adopted by the Commonwealth yet. If the Commonwealth were to adopt newer standards of NFPA 855, would this project be in compliance?
Yes. And additionally, the main components of the changes to 2026 NFPA 855 are not regarding per se the technology of the enclosure. Tesla Megapack 2XLs exist safely on sites under all versions. It's more about documentation about what's specific in the HMAs and ERPs. As a company, we choose to write our documentation and deliverables to address all additions. So we want to be able to say we're meeting your statutory requirements as well as your, forward-looking industry best practices. As an example, the company in good faith is committed to as we said, a UV IR thermal detection system on the site. That's an example of a requirement that's not prescriptive in the 2020 edition adopted by Massachusetts, but is prescriptive under the 2026 edition.
To follow up on that, you seem to have implied it, but just for clarity, is the ERP and HMA then already compliant with those more recent NFPA standards?
No, because again, we're in a holding pattern awaiting engagement with the fire department.
But is the plan, once you're actively engaging with the fire department, to be compliant with those standards? And if you could specify whether it would be 2023 or 2026.
Absolutely. We would design it to 2026.
Okay, thank you. And then final question. Earlier we were showing RR EFSB-9 parentheses 1, and I appreciate you resubmitting to update the table more specifically. However, you did include originally some reports that I thought were really informative for different incidents that have occurred. And I was wondering if there's any objection to formally resubmitting those to the record. This was the original parentheses 1, parentheses 2, parentheses 3.
No objection.
Okay. I think maybe you could just do that as a supplement to the original record request. Daniel, is that fine, rather than issuing a new record request? Whichever is more procedurally appropriate.
I think either one is fine. So let's go with your suggestion, Ms. Lowe. Submitting it as a supplement.
And okay.
No, go ahead, Mr. Kaplan.
I was just wondering if can we add that as a record? What am I doing? So I'm just going to supplement 9.1, or do you want to just ask it as a record request and we submit it as that? I'm just trying to figure out the easiest way to do this.
All right. How about I change it and we'll just make it a new record request.
Okay.
And it'll be RR-EFSB-12.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Ms. Lowe, would you just repeat what you want, please, again?
Yes, it was the 3 reports originally submitted with record request RR-EFSB-9 that I thought provided some helpful additional context for those real-life best fire incidents.
Got it. And so, Ms. Lowe, does that conclude your questioning?
That does, but I think Mr. Chang might have some questioning for the panel more broadly.
I'm sorry you stopped talking about it, but didn't make a statement on whether it's going to be the record request, Mr. Keller.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
I'm confused. I think you've just made a new record request.
Correct.
You asked for a definition of it, and then I don't think you actually put it in as I'm putting this in. So I'm confused whether it's been put in or not. As a record request, EFSB. Well.
It has been.
Okay.
As exactly that request.
Very good.
Mr. Chang, do you have questions for the panel?
Yes, Hearing Officer, thank you. And I think to help David a bit, just for context, I think the 3 reports that Ms. Lowe refers to was submitted to the record request EFSB-9, but then Mr. Kelvin decided to scratch that and submitted EFSB-9 parentheses 1 instead, and now Ms. Lowe would like him to resubmit those 3 reports.
Yes, thank you.
And with that, I'll move on to my question. I just have one question. Could the panel provide a recap on the project's MIPA requirements and the current status of meeting such requirements?
Yeah, the project has reviewed all MIPA standards and has determined that we do not trigger MIPA, a MIPA filing.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, hearing officer.
So I believe that concludes.
Can I just ask one follow-up question to that question? That is there any written confirmation from a representative of the state on Mr. Benito's statement just now about MIPA?
No, we do not have a written statement about that. MIPA is typically reviewed on a project-by-project basis, and if there's no trigger of MIPA, for example, there's no listed species that will be impacted here, and we are under the threshold for conversion to impervious surface, a few other benchmarks that have been reviewed by the project. If there's no threshold exceedance, MIPA filing is not required.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting some of the words. I can't tell if it's impervious or pervious. So I think you ought to state it again.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll
just get far away from the mic.
Yeah. So we've reviewed all the MIPA threshold requirements, and it's been determined that those thresholds have not been exceeded, and therefore a MIPA filing and review is not applicable.
And then just, Mr. Keller, just follow up. Is there a written analysis of that issue concerning MIPA in the company's possession now?
That's a question for the panel, correct?
A question for the panel. Yeah, and I only am asking in follow up to Mr. Chang's questions. I frankly hadn't been thinking about it.
No, that's fine.
And we, I'm fine to deal with it by a record request. Like, even if we ask them, please state the basis for your testimony about MIPA and its inapplicability, and just do it as a record request. They could do it as like a supplemental response to IR requests. I don't really care what format it comes in, and I don't need to prolong this afternoon. I don't usually use your hearing sessions to do discovery, but I think it would be useful to have that information with the company's analysis of that.
Happy to address the question here or take the record request, whatever the presiding officer prefers.
I would prefer it in writing, something signed off by someone on behalf of the company providing an analysis.
No objection,
No
Mr.
objection. No objection.
All right.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I will enter that request as a record request. RR-EFSB-13.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, Mr. Pucci?
No, thank you.
Any additional questions, Mr. Reich?
Yes, I had one further question to follow up to Mr. Pucci's question. And that is, did the company consult with anybody from the NEPA office or the EEOA office before concluding that there is no MIPA requirement for this project?
Yeah, I can't answer that question off the top of my head right now. We have reviewed this extensively as a project team, and I am not 100% sure if that has been emailed or anything like that. So I will certainly address all of this in the record request.
Can I ask Mr. Kaplan, who obviously is not a witness in this proceeding, perhaps you can talk to Mr. And I'd allow you to talk to Mr. Benito just to see if any such approach has been made.
So I think Mr. Benito said, I don't know any more than Mr. Benito said, and he does not know if there was an approach, but we'll certainly find out and include that in the response to the record request that Mr. Pucci asked. So
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pucci, I believe, asked basically, why don't you have to go to MIPA? And if there was any conversations with MIPA, we will we'll include that in the response.
Okay.
And if
Does that,
if I
does that
could,
work?
oh, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to know if that works for Mr. Reich and
Yes.
Mr. Pucci.
It works for me.
Me too. Thank you.
I would like to update that the number, the designation for that record request, because it was issued by the town of Oakham. So instead of RR-EFSB-12, excuse me, -13, it will be RR-OAK-5. Mr. Reich, does that conclude your questions?
It concludes my questions, Mr. Kelleher, but before we adjourn the hearing, I would like to make a statement for the record.
That will be fine. Let me just do one last time check in with the Salpes in case they're here. Do they have any questions for the witness? All right, hearing none.
And we have no redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Reich, I'm happy to hear your statement.
Yes. Mr. Kelleher, I want to make a statement for the record. I hesitate to do so, but in the interest of representing my clients fully, they've asked me to protect the record in the event of any appeal. So as you know, both the town and the represented party interveners from the beginning of these proceedings objected to the accelerated schedule for pre-hearing discovery, hearings and briefings, pointing out that there were no rules of which we are aware involving petitions to exempt local zoning provisions for an energy project under Section 40A that required the EFSB to enter a decision before June 30th, 2026, within a set time after the filing of a petition. You ruled nonetheless that you would adopt and apply the 15-month deadline contained in the 2024 amendments amending the Climate Act, even though these provisions are not applicable to petitions filed prior to July 1st of the current year. That was also Moraga's view, although they never, that is your view about the deadline was also Moraga's view, although they never shared their legal opinion, despite requests from the town and the interveners, and your order for them initially to provide that opinion. Moreover, despite the statement of Moraga during Wednesday's hearing this week and several times before that they had answered all information requests and that is all they needed to do, several of their answers were not substantive. Instead, were statements that they either refused to answer, they thought the question was not relevant, or they were working on an answer, but during this hearing never provided a substantive response. Therefore, there are large gaps in factual relevant information not provided nor able to be placed on the record nor examined in the proceeding. Indeed, the company has specifically said that as to wetlands and as to DRC and other matters, that they do not intend to put any facts into the record while the record of this hearing is open. But nonetheless are going to go ahead and schedule hearings and schedule meetings with relevant town and state bodies after the after the record is closed, presumably after all the briefs are in. So we're concerned that without any clear statement of why the EFSB can render a decision without that kind of information, and even though the date for doing so is now exceeded with the closing of the hearing, we've now been, in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we've been steering helter-skelter in an expedited rush to final judgment. Notwithstanding that, Moraga submitted pre-filed testimony that was devoid of a substantial number of relevant details, or didn't pre-file it as required of all witnesses and instead filed them well after the expert testified. And that includes providing a noise expert whose model, the basis of the opinions, was redacted and not produced until well after the noise expert was put up for testimony, and miraculously was produced with one phone call to Tesla. And then a traffic expert whose CV was not produced until he was well into his cross-examination, and whose pre-filed testimony was not produced until yesterday afternoon, that's 19th. As for Moraga's response to information requests, many were not responsive or evasive, requiring the town and the interveners to file follow-up requests that in many cases did not result in responsive answers nor replies in whole or in part, and for which we had to file motions to compel. And as I understand it, haven't seen them, but as I understand, have all been denied. So this has basically allowed Moraga to ignore the procedural rules that the presiding officer imposed on these proceedings that were intended to ensure that these proceedings are run in a fair and orderly manner. Without anything approaching a necessary record from these failures to respond and other failures that I mentioned, Moraga has made it clear that it will not be seeking permits and approvals from relevant town authorities, which are tasked under existing law to render the initial decisions before the EFSB exemption is sought by an applicant. And I've already mentioned the various local and state agencies that this applies to. So these approvals are not only not sought through the town, which has the authority to issue such permits, but in terms of when, Moraga stated that these will not be pursued, as I said, until after the hearings conclude, perhaps even after July 1st, thus resulting in an incomplete record on which the board can make its decision without any of the facts and determinations of local law or conditions that are the responsibility of local government. This week, on Monday the 16th, Governor Healy issued her environmental agenda that includes the promotion of several battery energy storage facilities similar to the proposed BESS system permitted in Massachusetts, and indicated that the proceedings should be expedited, which is underscored by the complete executive order, which requires the government, quote, to review and expedite existing and planned initiatives to support the deployment of new solar energy storage and wind resources. My clients who have scant resources to to hire us to handle this in the town, which I know has very limited resources, are concerned that with the governor's executive order and other pressures, which I'm sure are coming from people in the governor's administration, and given the ultra fast track on which this project has proceeded, ignoring the significant absence of key factual data which applicants are required to provide in the record, not after the hearings, but well before the hearing to enable cross-examination, and the inability of the EFSB to determine those facts while the hearing is open is a prejudice to our client, and we think is a prejudice to the fair processing of this proceeding, and may well impact the ability of the EFSB to conduct a fair, fact-based, and objective proceeding, and especially when many of the facts essential to render an objective and impartial decision are missing from the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reich. Mr. Pucci, would you like to make a statement?
No, thank you.
Mr. Kaplan?
No, thank you.
I would like to consider the draft exhibit list, and I would entertain a motion to move all the exhibits into evidence.
So moved, or I make that motion?
All right. So the draft exhibit list, the most recent version of it was provided yesterday, last updated March 19th. Are there any objections to admitting any of the draft exhibits?
That is a problem for me to answer right now. I mean, I did not spend all night going through that. I haven't even, I don't deny it was served on me yesterday, but I just didn't have time to go through it. It's a very lengthy document. So I doubt that I would, but I certainly would not like to, agree to anything before I have a chance really to review it. I don't know, and I don't want to obstruct what your normal procedure is or how you'd like to handle it, but I certainly want at some point to be able to go through it page by page, make sure that everything in there is, what was properly admitted during the proceeding, and also that it includes everything I have. I have no reason to doubt that sitting here, but it certainly would be irresponsible for me not to check it before I agree.
Well, I hear that. I did state at the beginning of this hearing that we were going to be going through this process at the end of the hearing. And the company has provided an updated draft exhibit list from time to time. So whatever they produced yesterday is not greatly different from what they produced prior to that. I don't know, Mr. Pucci, whether you had an opportunity to review any of the prior versions of the draft exhibit list.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, I have to admit. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time on this trial preparing for cross-examination. So the ancillary pleadings, quite frankly, I haven't been looking at. I printed a couple of them, and then when I saw how long they were, I put them aside to deal with, things that I had to do on cross-examination. So frankly, no, I have never really looked at those in detail. Okay. I know they have definitely been coming in, and I have been served with them, but I just have not gone through them. Maybe if you leave it that if I see anything later, I have to note something to you by a certain date certain, because I don't want to hold up completing the record, that's for sure. But if I happen to see anything that I think there is an issue, can I at least contact and try to get that resolved?
I hear what your concerns are, and I will address them in a moment. Mr. Reich, do you have any objections to the exhibits listed on the draft exhibit list?
Well, unlike Mr. Pucci, I did look at the list, but it is extremely lengthy. And in trying to prepare for this hearing, I'm not sure I caught everything that I might want to catch, but I will mention one exhibit that I object to, and I reserve the right to, after the hearing concludes today, to look at the rest of the list. And that exhibit is the SWEPT analysis conducted by Mr. Anderson, or by Mr. Anderson's company, for the project site of the truck, a large truck going into and out of the facility. They didn't produce the one going into the facility until very, very late in the proceedings, and well after Mr. Anderson had testified. And B, they have still not produced the exit, an exit SWEP, although Mr. Anderson attempted to do that kind of off the cuff, but he was clearly asked in our IR to produce a SWEP analysis both for the entering of the site and the exit of the site, and they did not produce the exit of the site, even though I called that out very specifically last Wednesday. So for that reason, I do object to the production of that document.
One thing I should note too, I forgot it. Even Mr. Warboss's testimony, the list has to be updated for that, because without having looked at it, I know he would not have included that, because I only raised that this morning. Unless he did, I would imagine
I think I did.
Oh, you did?
I think so.
Oh, great.
I can check, but I'm pretty sure I did. I just assumed it would be approved.
Okay, great. I mean, I just want the ability to do my due diligence. I at some point I'm going to read every letter of it. If I see something, I just want the ability to be able to raise it. I'm happy to confer with Andrew first too before I raise it to the citing board. But I would just like the ability to have time to look at it and make sure it fits with my record, which is quite lengthy, as you know.
All right, I understand that. I would like to hear from the company, and then I would like to confer briefly with my colleagues.
So I'm wondering if it's possible that we admit what's on the list into evidence. Obviously, if Mr. Pucci or Mr. Reich see that we miss one of their exhibits or we miss something, we can update that and add that in. But I think we tried to do a pretty good job of including everything up until yesterday. It doesn't include today's record request, obviously, but and we can present a final one, including these few record requests on Monday. I don't have a good solution to this.
Well, if it's being represented to me by Andrew that that his list includes everything that was properly filed with the citing board during these proceedings, and by all the parties, I have no reason to doubt it. So I'm fine with that representation that you admit what he submitted. But I do want that on the record that there was nothing added in somewhere that I don't know about.
So I do appreciate that, Mr. Pucci, but I'm being told that I might have missed Mr. Warbus, although I can swear I put it in, but I will just that. So we didn't.
We will double check. I'm not finding it quickly on the exhibit list. We're certainly happy to add it.
Yeah.
But I don't believe it's there currently. Again, just based on a quick review, I'm doing right now.
So a review of it may be profitable. Attorney Kaplan, I understand you to say that you can provide an updated draft exhibit list by Monday. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And Mr. Pucci, how much time would you need to review that list?
So you don't have calls. How about by I mean, I don't know what it is that you're trying to require of me, but I mean, and ideally I'd like a week till the following Monday, but if you want me to respond sooner, I will. I mean, the rest of my life is crashing down upon me as we've been trying this case, which I'm sure it's been burdensome for you too. So I have a lot of things in the pipeline that have been on hold while we've been doing this trial. So I have a very busy schedule, like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. So if you can give me a week till Monday, great. If you can't, I would say Friday. And I don't object to the board starting to work on the case on the exhibits that you per the list. I don't have any problem with that. I'm not trying to hold up the proceedings. I want enough time to look at it.
Yeah, I don't think it will delay the proceedings. We're not going to redesignate any of the exhibit numbers if something gets excluded. I do wonder whether does anyone see any reason that a delay in the finalization of which exhibits are being admitted into evidence will delay the briefs? I don't think it will, but does anyone see any concerns there? Okay, so right now, my plan is to to require the company to submit the revised draft exhibit lists Monday of next week, and to require, I think it's reasonable to have all the parties respond by the end of next week, by Friday, close of business on Friday of next week.
Works for me. Thank you. Perfect.
And then I think it would be, well, perhaps I can just rule based on that. If need be, I'd almost like to just set up a time to meet the following Monday, to have a conference, if just in case. We could schedule that now just in case we need it. But then at that point, I could, a week from this coming Monday, I could rule upon the admissibility of the exhibits in the draft exhibit list. So that date is March 30th. Are the attorneys available at 1 p.m. on that day in case we need it?
I am.
Let me check.
Yes.
So I think I heard Mr. Kaplan say yes.
I did.
And we're still waiting for Mr. Reich. Is that right?
Yes, I am available on the 30th. What time are we talking about? 1 p.m.?
1 p.m.
Yeah, looks like I'm all right.
Okay. I don't expect that we will need to meet, but I would ask you all to reserve that time just in case. And if we do need to meet, I will set up a Zoom for that.
Can I ask that we have verbal confirmation from all the lawyers on the phone, on the Zoom, agreeing that if in fact the exhibit list is not approved until March 30th, we can still go forward with briefing on the schedule that we have? Or is that going to present a problem?
That doesn't present a problem for me, but I do we have a schedule? Because I think it's due Monday, our brief, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't think we have the schedule yet. I just want to make sure that we're not waiting until March 30th to start.
Well, so
Definitely not. Yeah, no, not from my perspective.
Okay, thank you.
I probably noted it down. When are our briefs due?
They're due Monday. You've got a busy weekend because right now they're due on the 23rd.
Monday the 23rd they're due?
Yep.
No.
No. We were supposed to have 2 weeks, according to the last hearing we had.
No, don't worry, Mr. Reich. We will clarify this. Let me clarify one thing. For next Friday, the responses or any objections, you need to file any objections by the close of business next Friday. And to the extent that you have objections, I would like you to state in writing the basis for those objections. That will give me enough information to be able to rule upon the admissibility of the exhibits. Regarding the timing of the briefs, what I had contemplated during a recent day, it could have been Wednesday, it could have been last week, we were going to give the parties 2 weeks to draft their initial briefs from the submission of the final record requests. So let me ask about the outstanding record requests. Mr. Kaplan.
Yes.
When do you expect that you can respond to the outstanding record requests that were issued to the company?
So I just need to check what they are and I can give you a date. Some of them I know we can do on Monday, but I can't remember what the others were. So let me just look really quickly. So I can answer some of them, but not all of them. MIPA, I need to speak with Mark Bergeron. And I don't know what his schedule is, but let's say we'll do our best to get it in by the middle of the week. The fire reports that Ms. Lowe asked for, we can have them on Monday. I think that was it.
There was photos from Derek Anderson.
Oh, the photos from Derek Anderson, we can do on Monday. That was it, right? I think that was it.
And what is the outstanding request that involves Mr. Bergeron?
Just the MIPA one. Mr. Pucci asked for some information and Mr. Reich wants confirmation as to whether or not we contacted anybody at MIPA or what the process was or why we decided we don't have MIPA requirements. He is the MIPA person, so I just need to talk to him to see what he did.
Well, I'm not going to hold you to it, but do you think it's reasonable that you could get that response by Monday?
I'm going to try.
I would think you could get it by Monday, and if you end up not getting it by Monday, we will adjust.
Okay.
But what I would like to do is presume that you're going to submit the record request responses by Monday, and then plan the briefing schedule based on that date.
Okay.
So Monday is the 23rd. 2 weeks from that date is, I believe, the 6th of April. So that's what I would propose for the initial brief deadline date. So we were contemplating simultaneous briefs, but parties may submit the briefs earlier than that date. And then I'm contemplating that 2 weeks after that deadline will be the deadline for the response briefs. So that would be April 20th, which I think that's probably a holiday. So if that is the case, then it'll actually get bounced to April 21st.
Why do you think that's a holiday?
Maybe I'm wrong. I was thinking that was Patriots Day.
Oh, it might be. I don't have that indicated on my calendar.
Okay. It is a holiday. So that's when the response briefs will be due, is the 21st. Again, if the record requests responses are delayed, we will delay these deadlines. Are there any questions about that?
No.
And I do want to modify one thing that I said earlier. What I would like you to do is still next Monday, the 23rd, draft exhibit list. Friday, any objections to draft exhibit list. And then if there are disputes, if there are objections, I would like the attorneys to confer with each other on Monday, that following Monday, which is the 30th, at the 1 p.m. time that we stated. Narrow their dispute as much as possible, and then provide me by the end of the day any outstanding objections. And if the parties are able to confer at an earlier time, they're certainly welcome to do that. But I will leave that to the parties. But at least we've identified a date and time at which all parties are available.
Mr. Keller, questions. So does that mean that we would not be having a meeting with you on Monday the 30th?
That's right. I don't think I need to be involved with that. And of course, the attorneys for the town, for the non-town interveners, they may contact the company's counsel, ahead of time if they see anything, and resolve things informally before they submit their objections on Friday. However they want to work it, but I do want to ensure that if there are outstanding objections, the attorneys will confer with each other at least by Monday, the 30th. So, it's just shortly after 5. I believe we're prepared to adjourn. I want to make sure that nobody disagrees with that assessment. All right, hearing no objections, we will be adjourned. We'll go off the record. Have a good weekend, everybody. I will send out an email just confirming these dates that I announced.
Thanks very much.
Okay.